Excuse me. Hey guys, welcome to the show. Sorry, coughed in everybody's ear. I forgot to mute the mic last night before I logged off. Had a lot of stuff going on. So yeah, we had quite the turnout in the channel last night. I think I was up to like somewhere around 350-ish people, and because of having that many people watching at one time, I had pretty close to 600 people in and out of the channel during the stream last night, which was really, really awesome. Had a lot of really cool people that came in. A lot of them were talking. Just a pretty cool system. So for anybody out there that's new to streaming, if you're assuming that you are the one streaming, I should say, then going out and hitting people with raids when you're done with your show is a really good way to get things going. So the guy that raided me with all those people, somebody else raided him with a bunch of people. So he just kept the train rolling, and people were enjoying. So keep that kind of stuff in mind if you're a new streamer and you're kind of wanting to get yourself known a little bit. People really love it when you bring 200 or 300 people into their channel, and then when other people bring them into your channel, you pick up some new followers. I mean, all 300 of those guys aren't going to come back, but a handful of them will. So yeah, pretty cool. Outside of that, I've been working on my PoE 2 review, as I want to get that up. I'm a little behind on reviews. Like I said, working with the editing software and stuff like that has taken me some time to to get to learn it. I've never worked in video editing in any shape, form, or fashion, so it's not only just learning shortcuts and how to work the functions of the program itself, but it's also trying to figure out how to do cool things like transitions and this, that, and the other. It's like, oh, are you in the middle of talking and you cough? It's like, well, how do you go in and cut that out and make it look right? And so there's a lot of tricks to it, a lot of things that you got to get figured out in order to in order to make quality videos. And I don't want to just post up shit that nobody wants to see and has me like picking my nose and coughing and whatever while I'm doing the video. So I want to make sure I know how to edit that stuff out and not make it look like crap. I went until 5 or 6 a.m. It was pretty late. It was a very, very long stream. It's almost 9 hours. But yeah, we're getting the editing part of things down. Got that all figured out. So I've just got to go through and edit video, and then I'll be posting up like 3 or 4 different reviews. I still got the Once Human review. I still have my review for Diablo 4's expansion. I have the review for, I keep wanting to call it Mountain Blade, but it's Throne and Liberty. I have my review for Throne of Liberty, and then I've got the new review that I'm working on for Path of Exile, and hopefully I will have all of those out within the week, or within a week from now. I would like to have them all posted, and people that are sitting around with nothing to do throughout the holiday week before New Year's gets here will stumble onto the page and watch some of it, because I have picked up a handful of new viewers coming in from YouTube and stuff like that. So it's already starting to work, and I have a whole 3 videos up over there right now, 2 of which are shorts and last like 30 seconds, and the other one is like 3.5 minutes long. So nothing big, nothing nothing useful to pretty much anyone outside of Path of Exile, but it's getting hits and people are coming to watch the show. So I want to keep on going with that. I wanted to point out something though that I found interesting, since I am working on doing reviews, and this is kind of part of the review process, is making sure that the information that you're giving out in a review is useful and not just bullshit that pertains primarily to you or to some problem that you have. So I just happened to look through the reviews that other people were giving. This is for Path of Exile 2, and this is on Steam, and I just went down to the review section. I will say that it is very positive overall, but the top 3 things that I see as soon as I get to the bottom are 3 not recommended. And the one that caught my eye the most was this like 5-paragraph long bunch of bullshit here. So I just kind of wanted to talk about this for just a moment and kind of explain some of the concepts behind why reviews are useful, why we need them, and why stuff like this is pointless and no one should ever really even waste their time reading most of it. Within the first few moments, so this is a sequel to a game that is highly praised, is over 10 years in running, and it's the same development team for the most part. It's not a big AAA company where they throw people around on this, that, and the other. Grinding Gears works on Path of Exile. That's what they do. I'm not aware of anything else that they are making or have made at any point while Path of Exile has been in production. And, you know, they may have had a couple of people leave, a couple of people come in, but for the most part, it's the exact same team. So, highly successful game for 10 years. And this guy starts out his thing saying, this is the first time playing this game, so I didn't know what to expect. If PoE 1 was the same way, I'd probably not recommend it either. So, clearly, this is an individual person. What this tells me right off the bat is, first time playing this kind of game, so you don't know shit about ARPGs, you don't know why they're good, you don't know what's good about them. And then basically says, well, if the previous game was just like this, I wouldn't recommend it either. It's like, I get that not all of these games are going to be for everyone, and that's perfectly fine, and I'm not holding it against this guy for not liking the game. The part that bothers me is he's using a review, because what other purpose would you have for posting a review, especially 5 paragraphs? He is basically trying to convince other people to not try out this game. So it's like, you don't know anything about ARPGs, you don't know anything about Path of Exile, you don't really know anything about what you're talking about, but you're going to put 5 paragraphs of bullshit up here trying to explain to people why they need to not play the game. And the really funny part about it is when you start getting down to the bottom here, like basically the last couple of paragraphs, he's talking about, it's this 3rd paragraph, and he's talking about all this random stuff that, you know, is basically just him not understanding ARPGs. But he's like, here's what kills me. He's like, I'm generally okay with cosmetics being monetized, an extra aspect of the game that adds more flavor to your experience, and seeing your character looking cool using them from the shop. He's like, I've even bought some myself. So he played a game he doesn't know anything about, doesn't like it, and he bought items out of the shop. People don't spend money on games that they're not enjoying. So he's found an aspect of it that he doesn't like, and that's what's caused him to get pissed off. And then he says, I'm even willing to dish out a little money for commodity, which I'm not sure if that's really the word you should be using there. But then he references Final Fantasy XIV, and he's like, such as the retainer system in Final Fantasy XIV. And just a quick breakdown of the retainer system, especially for people that understand what World of Warcraft is or any other MMO out there. Final Fantasy charges you $2 a month to have extra bank space. That's because that's essentially what these retainers are, is they just hold a lot of inventory. You can just shove shit on them and then not worry about it. So it's extra bank space. You can also send them out on little missions, and you put like weapons and armor on them. You send them out on a mission, they're gone for X amount of time. Yes, you can still access the bank during that window, but you can't send them on multiple missions until they finish the one they're on. And then they'll bring you back a handful of trade materials, most of which is absolute crap. And they charge you $2 a month for this. And then he's trying to compare $2. He just keeps going over this $2, and he's like, even at the bottom, did I mention like $2 a month is what he says. What he fails to mention in all this, so basically what he's doing is he's complaining because if you have never played a Path of Exile game before, you log into PoE 2, you get 4 bags. That's it. You cannot use these bags to post stuff on the marketplace, and they're relatively small in space. They don't have a whole lot of room. And he's bitching because he's mad because he's picking up stuff and he's got nowhere to put it. And the stack sizes of this, that, and the other. And then he's trying to compare, oh, for just $2 a month, I can get these 2 retainers that also go and harvest materials for me, and that's it. It's like, yeah, but A, that's $2 a month. You can buy a quad stash tab, which is 4 times the size of a normal stash tab in the game. I think it's $1.50, and it's one time. It's not $1.50 a month. It's not $1.50 every time you open the bag. It's $1.50, and you're fucking done. And the other thing that he fails to mention here is if you're playing Final Fantasy, and let's just assume, based on the way that this guy is talking, that he's been playing it since the beginning. So he paid $60 for the base game, and then he paid $39.99 for 4 expansions now. So we'll just say $40 for 4 expansions. That's $160. Plus an additional $60 is $220. And then he's paying $15 a month to play the game. And excuse me, I'm not even going to go through the math to figure out what it would have cost from the beginning, because I don't know how long each one of these expansions last, but let's just say a year. So you're doing $180 a year in subscription fees. $15 a month times 12, $180. So you've got your $220 plus your $180. That is $400 for 1 year of playing Final Fantasy, assuming that you bought every single expansion as they came out and you only played the game for 1 year. Now, if you're playing all of the expansions, you've been playing for a lot longer than a year. But like I said, let's just say $400. We're going to keep it on the low end. And then they want to charge you an additional $2 a month for some bank space. Whereas Path of Exile, the second one, you get 4 bag spaces. Yeah, sorry. But you know what? The game is 100% free. So you just saved $400 by playing Path of Exile versus playing Final Fantasy. Do you realize the amount of bank space you could have for $400? I don't even know if you could buy that many bank tabs. Like, I don't know at what point the game says you have too many bank tabs, there's no room for more. I don't know if that's a thing, but most of the tabs are anywhere between 40 cents to $2 a piece. And the ones that are more expensive, you really only need to buy one of them, because they're things like currency tabs. And currency tabs hold an absurd amount of every single kind of currency. It breaks the stack limit, and the stack limit's like 5,000 per currency or 10,000 per currency. I haven't actually tested the upper limit in Path of Exile 2, so I don't know if they've increased limits or if they have increased them previously in Path of Exile 1. But anyways, needless to say, you pay $1.80 or something like that for that one stash tab. It's yours forever. You don't ever lose it. You don't ever have to pay for it again. And that's it. So you paid $2 and now you have a massive stash tab. And you can pay $2 for like 5 different tabs, and it'll pretty much hold most of the annoying things in the game. You've now spent $10 on Path of Exile 2. So hopefully this kind of explains why it is useful to actually have a reviewer that does research and kind of understands games and actually plays the games. The other thing that's really funny about this guy is he's doing all this bitching about this, and he only played until Act 3. He says right here, he's 40 hours in and he's in Act 3. So he's been playing this game stupid slow. Act 3 is not even the halfway point of the game. Not even close if you go into the depths of how much time you will put into end game. I mean, this is like saying, oh, I played World of Warcraft and I made it to level 20. That's basically what this means. He's a fucking idiot. So, yeah. Just one of those things that I wanted to explain. The other really amazing thing about grinding gears as well when it comes to Path of Exile is the simple fact that not only do they give you the stash tabs for pretty cheap, in my opinion, they constantly have sales, so you can buy them super cheap. The entire first 2 weeks of Path of Exile launching, they ran a stash tab sale. You want to know the other funny thing is? They charge you $30 to get into the early access, but the $30 was for currency to buy things like stash tabs. So this dude is bitching. He paid $30 to get into this, and then they gave him currency equal to basically what he paid to get into it. And then he didn't use that currency to buy stash tabs with, and then is bitching about all the stash tab problems. So it's like, he's a fucking moron. And then on top of that, not only did they have the sales going on for like the first 2 weeks where all of the stash tabs were anywhere between 25 and 50% off. Most of the ones that weren't off, didn't have the larger discount, were guild stash tabs, not personal ones, but ones that function for your whole guild. The other thing that blows my mind about what Grinding Gears did as well is they gave you every single stash tab that you had from Path of Exile 1. They just transferred them over to Path of Exile 2. So if you spent money in Path of Exile 1, let's say you spent $25 and bought a whole bunch of stash tabs, you can now play Path of Exile 2 completely for free. So now instead of paying $25 to play one game, you paid $25 to have a really amazing access to 2 different games. So, I mean, like, I just don't understand how people come up with stuff like this when they have no clue what they're talking about. Got super pissed off at something, had to run right out and tell everybody in the world how much he's getting screwed over because he's an absolute idiot that doesn't understand anything about the gaming industry, and that it is not reasonable for any person on the face of the planet to make any sort of living whatsoever by giving away everything that they do completely for free. You know what that gets you? Nothing. No one cares. Everybody will pat you on the shoulder and be like, yeah, man, you're the greatest dude ever. But when you're sitting in your little shack that doesn't have a fucking roof, all of your walls have holes in them, and you can't feed yourself, you know who's going to come and rescue you? No one. Well, maybe the Democrats, but they're going to lie to you the whole time anyways. But yeah, I mean, that's where you're sitting. So keep that in mind the next time you're looking at reviews in Steam. Most of the time, they're fucking worthless. I like to look at the negative reviews when I'm looking at picking up a game to see what people are talking about. There is one here that is of mild interest where a guy talks about issues with the game crashing constantly if you're running the new version of Windows 11 24H2, and that it's crashing the game, locking up systems, yada, yada, yada. I can say that this is not a problem with 24H2. This is a problem with 24H2, this guy's computer, whatever bullshit stuff he has done to it or has installed on it, and Path of Exile 2. You can't rule out Path of Exile 2 because it's happening to him in the game, but what I can tell you is I have a brand new, freshly installed computer. It has no malware, no issues on it whatsoever. It is running 24H2, and I have not experienced, I don't think, a single crash in 140 hours of playing this game. I got disconnected from the game once, but you can't blame that on the game. That could be a server problem, or it could be my internet. But this is not a problem with 24H2. This is a problem with multiple things on this person's computer. And his justification for this is, oh, I see posts all over the place where people have 24H2 and their game is crashing. Guess what? If you're running Windows 11, you've probably been forced into taking 24H2. So I would say 80% of the population is running 24H2. That does not mean that Path of Exile has a problem with this specific Windows update. It's just not the way it works. So it's nice to know that there's crashing problems, but what this just tells me is this dude's probably been watching a lot of porn and was a dumbass and installed something like Pi ad blocker on his fucking computer, and he's a moron and doesn't know what Pi ad blocker does for you. Nothing in this world is free, ladies and gentlemen. It's common knowledge. If you download something on your computer for free, you are the thing that is being sold. Okay? That's just the way it is. You're getting fucked in that deal somehow. No one is going to put the time into creating a piece of software like Pi and then spending millions of dollars to buy ad space so that you're stuck having this shit shoved down your throat all day, every day, just so that they can give it away for free. That's not how the world works. So think about that kind of stuff before you download random stupid ass software onto your computer. Understand nothing that's free is worth having. It's just not. That's not the way the world works. It's unfortunate. It'd be cool, but we're not Star Trek yet. So we'll see how that continues to go. But yeah, looking over the rest of the reviews, everything else on the page for the most part were good reviews. There's a couple of small ones here. This guy is just fun game crashes all the time. It's like, why did you come in here, dude? It's early access. That's how early access works. People find bugs, you turn them in, they fix them. Guess what else? It's Christmas. They're on fucking vacation. Several people in here whining because, oh, GGG did this and blah, 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 and all these bugs, and then they just go on Christmas break. Yeah, I'll give a little bit to them about this. They probably should not have launched the game so close to Christmas time. They should have launched it at the 1st of November, middle of November, something like that. I think it would have been better, but they wanted to see big numbers during the holidays, so that's what they got. The other half to that story is you could have looked at that and went, oh, hey, this game's coming out in the middle of December. It's early access, and all these guys are going to go on vacation at Christmas. Maybe I should wait and buy it in January. So it's just as much on them. It's just as much on you as it is on them for buying it early and then bitching about an early access game. That's what early access means. It's not ready. It's like it only has half the game. Like we play through Act 1 through 3, and then we just play through it again at a harder difficulty level. There's going to be an Act 4, 5, and 6 when the game's launched. So we don't even have... Like there's a huge chunk of the game that's just not even there. So yeah, of course things aren't going to work ready, like right and straight out of the box. That's what the whole point behind early access is. But that's all I've got for bitching about the game today, or not the game, but just stupid reviews and things like that people put out there. Yeah, I would agree too, Nelpy. They have really great management for banking and all that kind of stuff compared to a lot of games out there. So we'll be doing some Path of Exile 2 today, and yeah, that's the plan for the night. So I did manage to get some stuff done yesterday. I made several different sales and got some decent drops and stuff like that. Made a little currency, so I'm sitting on like 45 Exalted Orbs, and I have 2 Divine Orbs still left. But I actually picked up a new belt, so I have 3 slots now for the charms. I'm trying to find the 3rd charm that I need. It's specifically one for poison, so I need to try to keep an eye out for that one. I thought I had already had one ready to go for when I got a decent belt, but I didn't. I also got the allocation on my necklace. Finally got that picked up, and then I bought a new weapon. So this weapon's actually really, really nice, and my clear speed time is insanely faster than what it used to be. Hey Honeybuzz, thanks for stopping in. So yeah, pretty excited about the faster clear speeds, and had some interesting maps. Learned a couple of interesting things while playing around with maps and talking with some of the people last night. But if you're looking at the maps and you see, I guess it'll be easier just to use the legend, but Irradiated adds +1 to monster levels, and then so does Corruption. Corruption will add another +1 to monster levels. So you can basically look at this as adding an additional tier to your map. So if you have a tier, we'll just say a tier 10 map, if you go into an area that's corrupted, it's like having a tier 11 map. Or if you go into an irradiated area, it's like having a tier 11 map. If you go into an area that is both irradiated and corrupted, then it's like having a tier 12 map. And I wasn't completely satisfied with the idea. I'd been kind of talking it over with Warfarin, and we were trying to figure out exactly how it is that skills are given to you. And I think it's a twofold system. People were saying, oh, it's 100% based off of what zone you're in. But there were many times where myself and someone else were in a map and it was the same tier, but we were both getting different levels of skill gems in them. And it was very obvious that they would get skill gems at a higher level more frequently, while I would still get those skill gems, but at a far less frequent rate. So after talking with some more people from the stream last night and kind of going through some thought process on this, I personally believe that the way that you acquire skill gems in the game is a combination of the tier of the map that you're in and the level that you are. You're not going to get gems that you can't use. So if you level up, or if you just keep going into higher and higher tiers, but you're not actually leveling, you're probably not going to see that many higher skill gems. And at the same time, if you're level 100 but running around in a level 1 zone, you're not going to be seeing level 20 skill gems dropping. It looks like the way that the system works is you have to be at a relatively high level, and you have to be doing a tier 15 map that you have used a Vol Orb on to corrupt it and lucked out to get it to turn into a tier 16 map, which is the only way that you can get tier 16s as of right now that I'm aware of. And then you have to take that tier 16 and you have to find a node that is both corrupted and irradiated. So it essentially turns your map into a tier 18. You have to have that in combination with a high level in order to get tier 20 stones, or level 20 spell stones to drop. So if you're too far below the level, you probably won't see any level 20 skill gems. I have managed to do this once. I did not see a single level 20 skill gem, but I was also a little lower level. So let's see, what am I at right now? I think I'm at 88 right now. It's not going to show me on that screen for some reason. So yeah, currently I'm at 88. If I get another tier 16 that I can get with corruption and irradiation, hopefully I'll start seeing some level 20 skill gems. The unfortunate part about it is I still don't think I have enough intelligence to be able to use them, because I just recently broke the limit for getting 19, for being able to use 19s. I don't want to make it into a short until I'm 100% positive on how it works. It's a speculation right now, and I don't want to mislead people. It's all just from personal experience, and I mean, that's part of the scientific method, is just because you do something and it works once does not correlate to that's always how it works. I mean, originally I was under the impression that it was solely based on the zone you were in, and then I started becoming of the mind that it was solely based on what level you were, and then now that has changed again. So obviously if I had made a short the previous 2 times, I would have been wrong in both cases. So this is becoming, you know, as we test more and more and play around with it more and more, we're getting closer and closer to what is going to be the actual truth. I feel fairly certain that I could probably make this call now, and even if I was wrong, it wouldn't be by much. But I don't want to start out my YouTube career by posting up false information. So if I can't 100% say this is how it works and this is what you should be doing, then I don't want to say it at all. I will tell people in live, that way I can explain exactly what's going on. When you try to do a short and you try to explain to people how you came to your hypothesis and what further testing needs to be done, people's eyes start to glaze over and they don't care, and they'll just move on from your video. But I'm feeling pretty certain that it is a component of both your level and the tier of the map that you're in. And it's possible that maybe once you get to level 100, that you may be able to find at a very low rate you may be able to find the tier or the level 20 skill gems in a tier 17 instead of a tier 18. So if I start seeing that, then that will tell me that I'm correct. That's just the next step to look for, that, you know, we're getting even closer to the truth. So if that doesn't happen, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong, but it also doesn't help to prove that I'm right either. So time will tell. But for now, we're going to get out here and do some maps. So, and that's the other thing to take into consideration as well is if you're having problems getting maps, because that's one of the big problems that I've been having, is I'll put in a tier 14 map and I just can't get more tier 14s to drop. I'll get 13s to drop or 12s or 2s. So if you want a little bit of help in getting higher tier maps, then when you do a map, always look for one that has corruption or irradiation on it. And as you can see, corruption and radiation together are pretty rare. So that's why you're going to need to use the, I can't click that one because it already has a thing in it. But yeah, so the precursor tablets that you'll insert into these, it affects X amount of nodes around this. So if you look at this, there's 3 towers here. So a bunch of these nodes are within range of all 3 towers. So you would put precursor tablets in all 3 of these and hope that it will make the same node both irradiated and corrupted, because you can get precursor tablets that give both of those functions. So keep that in mind. Nope. Yeah, if you guys keep, if people are watching from YouTube and you keep seeing Poke Catch popping up, it's because we have a little community game over on Twitch that you can play. So I occasionally am trying to catch Pokemon, and that's why you'll randomly see me say Poke Catch on YouTube, because Restream sends my my messages to both streams at the same time. The fortunate part about that is I can also see the conversation. If anybody types in YouTube or in Twitch, they all come to the same feed out for me, so I can actually see anybody talking from either place at the same time, which means one chat or the other doesn't get ignored because I have to look at 2 separate windows to be able to see stuff. So this was a map that I corrupted last night. Unfortunately, oh no, wait a minute. This one was the one that turned out to be okay. So this one I actually got to keep the percentage for getting more waystones. This is kind of a small percentage. Good numbers, a little closer to 500%. But this one did corrupt up to a level 15 map, which is nice. And then this is also a corruption zone, which is another +1. So this should be similar to running a tier 16 map. So here's hoping that I see some 15s drop.
A beautiful murder!
And you guys can see how much faster I'm killing stuff right now because of this new weapon. This shit just melts. I also picked up a cleric. Oh, and that reminds me, I actually discovered last night, so I switched out my chess piece, but I can't afford to be missing that 100 spirit, so I need to wait until I can find a chess piece that has the energy shield that I need on it, excuse me, but also has, 50 or 60 spirit on it, because I need that extra spirit in order to be able to keep some skeletons spawn. I had lost my my storm skeleton, which significantly reduced the damage because he shocks all kinds of stuff, and then that causes them to take more damage. So this technically is the first time that I have played with this complete build because I didn't have the shock skeleton, the storm skeleton, the whole time I was testing this last night. So that's when I realized that I was missing the storm skeleton. I switched my tunic back to the old one and then logged out for the night. So this is the first map I'm actually doing with the full power of this battle station. looking forward to seeing what I can do with a delirium mirror now. The problem that I was having before is I couldn't clear fast enough to keep ahead of the fog that was dissipating in the delirium, and I just would not get very many currencies at all, like 1 or 2 maybe at best, and none of them were high level or good because I just couldn't kill stuff fast enough. The fog would dissipate around me, the timer would go down, and then the delirium would end. So I am pretty excited about finding a delirium map and giving that a test.
Now! Another corpse to serve me.
Had 2 rares in this one.
All part of my plan.
That sapphire could be big money or a new item for me to play with, one of the 2. Not sure which. Another rare here. Didn't have any drop sounds. It's weird. So I don't have that many more upgrades I can actually do to this build before it's at a realistic maximum output. So I need to replace both the rings and my amulet, and then I could get a shield that has 2 sockets on it, and then that's gonna pretty much be getting to the full capability. I could get a slightly better helmet than the one that I'm using, but not by much. But the 2 rings that I want, mediocre rolls of them are about 25 div a piece right now, and I need 2 of the same ring. So it's one of those things where it's not really reasonable. The rings that I have currently are working just fine, and while the other rings would make me more powerful, it's not going to make so much of a difference that I'm going to get 40 div out of buying those 2 for 40 div. It would take me forever to make that 40 div back. So it's just not reasonable to try to chase the absolute top end like that. It's a waste of time until people start realizing that the prices that they have on those things are absurd. And I say they're absurd because there's probably 50 of these rings on the market right now, and just none of them are selling because that price is insanely high. I mean, a few div at most you shouldn't spend more than a few div on anything. If you're playing a spec that requires, 10 and 15 and 20 div items, either the market is undersaturated and you're getting overcharged for everything, or you have decided to play a really shitty build that is 100% based on, some stupid gear combination, and you're going to pay a fortune to get it, and you're never going to get that currency back out of it.
Scatter before me!
Oh shit, that's bad. These guys are faster than me, and I'm 30% movement speed, and I have the speed buff on, which I think is like another 30%. It doesn't say how much, but it's a lot. And these enemies can run faster than me. I still think that's one of the dumbest things that they decided to do in this game, was to make it to where creatures are faster than you. Especially that kind of faster than you. So I'm thinking here fairly soon, I would like to get the, basically the story finished and fight the little pinnacle bosses that they have for this, for this. Whoa. See, that's one of those things that I don't understand. I went from full health to nothing for just like no reason. And that I had nearly 10,000 health when that happened. So they definitely have some shit in here that is just absolutely broken. All of my resists are maxed. Like nothing should be able to hit me that hard. So, wasted fucking map right there.
What is it? Greetings.
Crappy helmet. That's a crappy helmet as well.
They'll be here, waiting.
Oh. That is actually a very nice item. So just because it has that 20% maximum energy shield on it is going to make it a multi-exalted item. And then having minions with +6 to all element resistances also going to make it go up a little bit in price. You can get an affix for it that's +15% to minion damage. That would turn this immediately into a god tier item. I did not get that one. Oh, minions deal 12% increased damage. All right, so that's more than div right there. Three out of 4 of those abilities apply to the class that I'm playing specifically. The only thing that could have really been better for that is if we would have replaced that 2% of damage taken recouped as life, would have been faster attack speed for minions. But even 2% taken recouped as life, that is some nodes that I take for this build on the passive skill tree. So though that even applies, it's just not as great as I would like it to be. But yeah, that's a huge fucking gem right there. Now let's see if we can find a place to put it. So that gives 15%. So this one has 2 things that apply to me pretty well. The 20% maximum energy shield, once again, is huge. It's a perfect roll. And then 15% increased critical damage bonus for minions. This is a minion crit build, so that is pretty huge. This is minions deal 5% increased damage and a 15% increased energy shield and cast speed increase. I probably could put that up for a div and get that out of it. Maybe. But I don't know if I really want to get rid of that one per se. This one only has 3 stats. It's energy recharge rate and minions have 9% increased resistances. This is definitely the one that I'm going to take out, and then we'll put this one in its place. So that gave us 2% extra energy shield. Oh, actually it gave us 20% extra energy shield because this one was just increased shield recharge rate, which is another thing that it's good to get. But now that I've gotten that one out, I'm just going to go ahead and dump an Exalt on it. It gave me 10% spell damage. It's not great because minion and spell damage don't really go together. You're generally one or the other. The extra recharge rate is okay, but we'll probably throw this up for a few Exalts and see if we get any bites. Say 5. It's probably about what I That's a little bit more than what I've got invested in it. So if I can get that out of it, that would be amazing.
I'll be here, waiting.
But yeah, that was some more survivability, which is good. Checking to see if there's any more reasonably priced armors up. One of the unfortunate things about armors is a lot of times people will try to, so I'll show you an example of what I mean here. People will put these armors up and they will, I don't know if they were using these armors or if they just were like, oh, well, this is what's good, so I'm going to do that. The problem that you have with putting in these sockets, I really wish they wouldn't disappear when you mouse over them, but those two sockets that are in there are two 20% increased armor evasion and energy shield. Those, if I'm not mistaken, only affect this item's numbers, not your entire energy shield from all items. I could be wrong there, but I think that's how that's working. But regardless, for me, I have to have some fire resist because I don't have it anywhere else. I have two fire resist items right here. So this is within my purchasing power, and this would be a really nice item. But because he stuck these in here instead of leaving them empty so I could put my own runes in there, this is now something that I won't buy. So it's generally a good idea if you have optional things. If you're not going to corrupt the item, then putting the two gem sockets in it is not a bad idea. Going ahead and pumping the quality, not a bad idea. But don't put in things that you can't undo that aren't necessarily a good idea, like sticking this in here. Because that just limited anybody that needs some other resist on their chest piece in order to make their build work. You've just made it to where they're not going to buy that chest piece. And almost all of these armors are like this. So I don't know if it's because people were using these and then they got a better one and then they just put this up for sale, which would make sense. But the fact that none of them have any alteration to them whatsoever makes me feel like that's not necessarily the case. But yeah, that would also help if I could get, like I said, I need to get a new shield that has 2 slots in it, and then I can put another fire resist over there, which would make that less impactful. But fire resist is, I think I take chaos and lightning damage. I take is redirected. 20% of that is turned into fire damage instead. And then all of the fire damage that I take is also fire damage. So it's like fire resist has to be the top resist that I have. And at some point, I'll need to start converting some of these other ones, like the cold resist here, and this one's another fire resist. I've got a lightning resist up here. So that cold and that lightning probably need to be turned into the one that increases my fire resist maximum by 1 point. So that'll let me go up to higher % on fire resist max. Okay. So all we've got is this crappy map, and we'll go see what we can do with it. So I don't really care about that spot anymore because since I died there, it got rid of the corruption on it, so it's a completely irrelevant place to be. I also found this cool node here. These exist randomly across the map, but it's Untainted Paradise. It doesn't drop items. Monsters drop no items, but it gives 408% increased experience gain. So the big thing to do here would be, if you want to get a level, is bring a tier 16 map here and try to get an irradiated and a corrupted on that. That way you can get it to be tier 18, the highest possible level enemies, and just go nuts with it. The other slight problem that it has as well is this seems to be the only way that I can get down to whatever is down here. So I may have to just take some random map and go through it at some point. I'm trying to see if I can find a way around over here, but it's not looking great.
Put you down! Another corpse to serve me.
Make sure I actually have my cleric out as well. So the storm mage is out, and the cleric is out. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I hadn't run into any weird spirit issues. Now some of you may be looking at my excess spirit and going, why do you have 91 spirit and you're not using 2 extra pets right now? I don't want to get used to using those 2 pets because I hate the feeling of kind of nerfing myself, if that makes sense. And I already know that I have to replace my chest piece, which is going to kill 100 spirit. So I just don't want to pull those extra 2 pets out until I know I'm going to be able to keep some of them. And I know for a fact I will lose one of them, and I may not be able to get enough spirit to keep the second one out either. So just kind of letting it set back there for the moment. It's not like it's really changing my clear speed or anything like that. It would help a little bit, but it's not going to be phenomenal or anything. I really just detest the concept of doing less damage. from being used to doing higher damage, I should say. So one thing I can say is on that death that I had on the last map, part of it was because I was talking and not paying attention to what I was doing, and I was actually standing still for a while. I don't know how many times I've tried to tell other people this, but don't ever stand still in this game. Always be moving, even if you're just moving side to side a little bit, because enemies will call in point of impact abilities on you, and you have a few moments to get out of it before it hits and does a massive amount of damage to you. That's probably what happened, is I got hit by multiple abilities simultaneously, and it made it look like I got deleted, but I didn't really. It was just because I stood in something stupid and shouldn't have been. But yeah, always be on the move in this game. Don't ever stop moving. Oh, got a 15 back. That's awesome. But yeah, as you can see, the XP bar is already moving insanely slow. And I'm only at 88 right now. I'm not even in the 90s, which is when things get sideways for
I am the apex!
getting really, really slow. So So something else that I'll point out as well is I'm looking into the concept. I've been thinking about the process because Warfarin messaged me and said that he got a perfect jeweler's orb either yesterday or today, and he sold it for about 250 exalted. And I'm trying to decide if I would do the same thing if I got it. And the more that I think about it, I don't think that I actually would. Especially if it's an early perfect orb, because those jeweler's orbs are insanely rare. And you, in theory, will need one for every single one of your you would need one of them for every single one of your skills, you know, because all of your skills can get an extra support gem slot. Now, some skills it's not going to really be that big of a deal on. You're not going to get that much of improvement out of giving it a 5th slot. Some of the things I don't even give a 3rd slot to. I think, like, for example, what is it, Grim Feast? It needs no more than 1 slot. Everything else that you put into that is basically worthless. So there's just no point in adding, you know, adding more of an investment into that when you're just not going to get the payout. However, getting a 5th slot for, say, the skeletons, the 5th slot is pretty big. The Hound, the 5th slot would be big. Arsonist, the 5th slot would be big. Raging Spirits would be big. These are all things that would massively increase the damage that I'm going to do, or some sort of functionality that I will get that will be a big impact on how fast I'm clearing. So those would all be things that I would get, and I don't think, because of how insanely rare the perfects are, I don't think that's going to be something that's really going to come down in price. I feel like the lesser jeweler's orbs are kind of worthless. Oh, look, another 15. And then I also feel like even the graders, they're very expensive right now. They're selling for like 1 div a piece. And I think those will start to come down because they're not as insanely rare as the big ones are. And the only other way to get an extra socket off of a skill gem is to corrupt it. And the problem that you have with corrupting it is, here's where the investment issue comes from. That is, and I would rather pay this fee because it's probably going to pay out better for you anyways. But so I started out with 2 sockets, and then you use a lesser jeweler's orb, which are pretty common, but they still have a cost. That'll get you a 3rd one. You get a 4th one by using a greater jeweler's orb, which, like I said, are running about a div a piece right now. In order to get the 5th one, there's 2 different ways you can do it. You can get a perfect jeweler's orb, and that will just give you the 5th one, but they sell for, you know, 250 exalts. Or I can take this, I could take the gem out. This one's not actually a gem, but under the assumption that it was, I could pull this gem out and corrupt the gem, and that has a chance of giving you this 5th slot. The negative side of that is it also has just as much chance of removing the slots. So if you corrupt it, there is a chance that it is going to do nothing, which seems to be the larger chance. So like 40%, we'll say it's a 40% chance to do nothing, and then like maybe a 35% chance to do negative and a 25% chance to do a positive. I think that adds out to 100, but that's kind of what it is. So there's a high chance that it can do nothing. If it does nothing, it's now corrupted, and even if you had a greater jeweler's or a perfect jeweler's orb, you can't get that 5th slot. So you're going to have to scrap this gem, do another one, waste a lesser jeweler's orb and a greater just to get back to where you were. And basically the same thing will happen if you get a negative and it removes slots from you. You're going to immediately want to go ahead and do that. Because you're going to at least want to get back to the 4 that you had. So if it strips the 4th one off of you and you go down to 3, it's like, okay, well now I'll make a new gem and I'll use a lesser and a greater, and now I'm back to where I started. So it was all a negative. You lost a Vol orb, and you lost a greater orb and a lesser. And then just keep in mind, 250 exalted is somewhere between 4 and 5 div. So if you think about that, just doing this and getting 2 of the 3 options is going to cost you 20 to 25% of the cost of this one right here. And that's not reasonable to do for every single one of these. So it's like with as many of them as nothing will happen or you will fail. Even if you are successful on 2 out of your 10 gems, at best you're probably going to break even with the amount that you will have to spend to get all of these back to just the 4 again. So I don't really think that selling a perfect jeweler's orb is a good idea, at least until you have hit the big time skills that you have. So like with this build, arsonists and raging spirits are a lot of the damage. If I got a perfect jeweler's orb, it would go into these 2 before I would even consider selling it. The other thing to take into consideration as well is these skeletal warriors are based off of my weapon. So I'm pretty sure that corrupting, it's not possible to get this extra slot because this isn't a gem, it's an item. Same with my Infernal Hound. Having that 5th spot on there would be very useful, but this is a spell that is tied to my Ascension and therefore is not a skill gem, so I cannot corrupt it. It has to be a perfect jeweler's orb in order to get the 5th slot on this. So keep those kind of things in mind when you're going through and trying to decide how you're going to handle super rare items. In his case, it may have been a great idea because he did not have a ton of currency. He had had really bad luck so far with divination orbs and stuff like that, and his gear was pretty minor. You know, like every piece of gear he was wearing was probably 5 exalts or less, I think he just messaged me and said. So getting that quick influx of divs so you could buy some decent gear, I mean, that may have been a good way to go for him. I'm not sure. It's gonna be for everybody. You know, like make your own decisions. I'm just saying for me, I don't think I would have sold that. Holy crap! 3 maps. 1 kill, 3 maps. Is Grinding Gears back from vacation and up map drops? What happened here? But yeah, always think about the particular situation that you're in before you make a decision on the things that you want to sell. And sometimes it could be good to think about that the other way around as well. You know, if you have basically no gear at all and you get like the perfect, most badass chest piece that you could possibly get for your build, it's got perfect rolls and everything on it, but all of your other gear is absolute trash, it's probably a good idea to sell that one really awesome item and buy like 8 pretty good items. You're probably going to see a much larger increase in getting a bunch of items that are all better than that one piece of gear that you picked up. So always just kind of think about the position that you're in before you make that decision to sell or not sell.
Speak.
That might sell. Double resists, some int, some rarity of items found. The only problem is that it's got that really nice 20% increased energy shield, which is a max roll. It's only a tier 2, but it's a max roll. And but it has more armor than it does energy shield because of it being a split stat item. So it's kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Until next time.
So yeah, keep in mind as well, divine orbs are a currency that is all, you know, like you can also use these as upgrading your gear, and it randomizes the values of the modifiers on your item. So say like if I was unhappy with some of these numbers that are here, I could use a div orb on this to re-roll all of this stuff. So maybe it would change this 27% increased spirit to 32, which would give me more spirit, which would be really nice. And that's already the bottom roll, so that roll can't possibly get worse. It's not going to change the tier, so that's something to keep in mind. So if it's a tier 1, then you're not going to re-roll it as a tier 2. It will just re-roll the numbers that are in here. So you would have to look at all the things that you could roll. So this critical hit chance is a max roll. This attack speed is a max roll. The damage increase is a max roll. I've got a max roll on minimum fire damage and a middle of the road roll on max fire damage. This is the only bottom roll that's on here. So if I use this div orb and re-rolled all this, there's an exceedingly high chance, probably 80% or more, that I will get a much worse item by doing that. But anytime you have something, you know, if you're looking at buying something and it's like, oh, I got this really cool item, it just got a bunch of really low rolls, but I want to buy this new one that's like 3 div, it might be cheaper to spend 1 div and re-roll all of the numbers on your piece of gear than it would be to spend 3 div to get one that's better. You might be able to get close enough by just spending that 1 div and re-rolling all those numbers. We'll put this up for like, I don't know, 3. See if we get any bites on it. It's not great, so. No, I should have just used that. Cold damage, attack speed, and health. Yeah, that one's not good. So whenever you're looking for rattling scepters, if you want to make some money, rattling scepters are a good one to throw some alchemy orbs at, just to get the 4 affixes on there. If you get one that gives extra spirit and then has anything for allies in your presence, that's going to pretty much be guaranteed to be a good item to sell. And the better the things are, like that attack speed is really good. That's a max roll on a tier 4 for attack speed. That's more than double the amount of attack speed that's on the one I'm using now. And this was a 3 div. Scepter. But the cold damage is negative for this build because everything that you're doing is pretty much fire damage. Your arsonists are doing fire damage and your raging spirits are doing fire damage, so this is worthless for this build. And then the allies regenerate health. That's an okay modifier, but what you're really looking for is increased damage, like you see on this one. This additional fire damage, increased damage, attack speed, and minion skills. So basically these first 5 lines here, these are what make or break this. This is why this particular item is so expensive. This one here is just a nice bonus, the critical hit chance. Not every SRS build is doing a crit build, so this may or may not be useful for people, but everything else in here is good for every SRS build.
Yes. Time is not on our side.
I don't even see that. I need to get rid of that thing. It's funny how quickly the maps start stacking back up when you're just like not paying attention. I just went through and cleared all these things out and combined a whole bunch of stuff yesterday to make more space, and it's already starting to fill up. I think I'm going to have to actually switch the precursors to a different tab because this is just I have way too many maps that are showing up in here. Gotta make sure I get all the non-map stuff out that doesn't really need to be here. And I would say anytime you get any kind of jewel, the transmutation and augmentation are, I mean, like, you should always throw that stuff on anything that can potentially get good rolls pretty early. Jewels are really great if they have max energy shield on them. That's already you know, you're already looking at least 1 exalt for that, probably more. And then anything else that you can get on them that are decent for any kind of a caster build is going to be even better. So if it's good for a Sork or if it's good for a Witch, energy shield plus whatever any of the skills for those 2 particular classes are going to be worth a decent amount of currency. And then honestly, Regal Orbs are very cheap as well, so when it's something like this, I'll go ahead and throw one on there. That one sucked, but they're cheap. And that one, so this doesn't necessarily make this one bad. It already has an energy shield on it, which is nice. It does increase freeze buildup. Unfortunately, that's with quarterstaves. I don't know if that will count for a Sork using a quarterstaff while casting spells. I don't know if that works that way or not. But if it does, then that's good for a Frost Sork, and then spell damage also good for a Frost Sork. So if this one works for Frost Sorks, this is already really good for a Sorceress, and that will probably net you a few exalts. With that low of an energy shield, 20 is the cap. This is the minimum possible roll. You're probably not going to be able to get a div out of this reasonably, even if you get a really good 4th ability. But sometimes the things you have to think about as well is this has 3 decent stats on here. I could throw this up for a few exalt and probably sell it. Or I could use another exalt on it and see if I could get something really good that would kick this up to a div. But because this is already a 10 and not a 20, that's going to significantly reduce the value of this item, and it's probably not worth using the exalt to try to get another line on there, because you're probably not going to get one that will kick it up to a div, which means you're probably not going to increase your value of selling this at all. However, the gambling nature of most humans out there are going to look at this, and you can put it up for 3 exalts, and they're going to be like, oh man, this thing's only 3 exalts, and I can roll something else on it, and I might get something really cool. So not having a 4th ability on here is actually a little bit of a selling point. Some people are going to look at that and go, oh man, I could put another exalt on that, and I could get something really awesome. So they'll just buy it because it's cheaper than all the other ones that are on the auction house. You made some money, and you know, maybe they got lucky, maybe they don't, but it doesn't come out of your pocket if they don't get lucky with it. This one's probably just crap. Excuse me. I don't know if this would be good for a monk or not, but I'm not seeing anything that's really impressive about that one. It's one of the unfortunate things about having not played a lot of the other classes yet.
What can I do for you?
Is I could be making a really big mistake by just selling this, because those could be 2 really good things to have. The increased freeze buildup is a max roll, but this one's really low, so I don't know. We're going to yellow that one and just sell it. Oh. Oh, it's 3 to all minion skills. That's only level 58 though. It's like not a huge chance that I'm going to get something else good on there, unfortunately. So probably just going to get rid of that one. You have a little space in that one. Start this one off at 10 and see if we get anything out of it. It's always easy to mark them down later. Usually at the end of each day or at the start of the next day, I'll go through all of my stuff that I have and start marking the prices down if they haven't sold. I usually like them to be up on the marketplace for at least one heavy play period, so like a prime time window, and then if they sell, great, and if they don't, then yeah, just mark them down. So at the end of the day, they're basically worth nothing to me if they're in a if they're just sitting in a bank that doesn't do anything. Oh, getting completely screwed on that map drop percentage. Rolled 4 things on there and only one of them gave me a plus for maps. Or for drops, I should say. That one did nothing. So everything is the same. Map drop percent didn't go up, and it didn't go up or down a tier. So it's still a 15. Let's go back in here and see what we have left to clear up. Always make sure you go back in and check your map if it's been a while since you've been in there. This one's complete, and all the monsters are gone. So no real point in being in here, but I have definitely accidentally opened a new map when I hadn't actually completed the previous one, which is never good. Something else I wanted to point out as well, I'm waiting to get some more examples to see if this ends up being the case, but I think I understand what the tier 2 is now. It came from somebody in chat last night, but it looks like if this thing says advanced gold cast cuffs, and the tier 2 on here means that it will not have an affix on it that is less than tier 2. I don't know if that holds if you continue upgrading the thing, so this can never have less than a tier 2 on it.
Speak.
But it at least means that they don't have less than tier 2s on them now. So you can look at it there, and both of the affixes on it are a tier 4. That one's kind of hard to test, because if you want to keep trying to test it, you're usually going to end up having to spend some exalts on it. So, you know, like this one, I would have to spend a regal to put one more thing on it, but just putting one more thing that isn't a tier 1 isn't going to tell me much. Now, if you find one that says it's a tier 5, then maybe it's worth throwing a regal at, because there's a good chance that you could get a tier 1 through 4. So, but where this is a tier 2, pretty low chance that I'm going to roll specifically a tier 1. So just because I put a regal on here and don't get a tier 1 doesn't mean that all future enchants are also restricted to tier 2+.
Hello. Until
I want to keep heading this way, but at the same time, I want to go do that. I think I will go do that other one, but I'll take a tier 14 map for that one, and I'll use my 15. Or I'll use my 14 map to keep continuing down. I'll use my 15 on that higher level one that's over there. Actually, we'll do a 13 here. There, that's good enough on that one. I don't want to corrupt those. But yeah, I'll use lower level maps to keep continuing down this way so I can see what's down here. But this one with the increased level and breach in it, I'll use my tier 15 there. Yeah. Always the way it works.
Aren't you beautiful? Another corpse to serve me.
Oh, there's a tier 3 item.
It's about time.
And I always pick up any yellows that I find. I know it kind of reduces your clear speed just a little bit. There's a tier 13, so I've gotten the same map back out of this that I put into it. So anything from this point forward is good stuff. But I always pick up yellows because those give you pieces of Regal Orbs, and honestly, you should Regal Orb, like any map that you do, you should pretty much Regal Orb them. I mean, unless they're low tier, but once you start getting into tier 10 plus, you should Regal Orb them. Because, I mean, to be fair, you can get a Div Orb to drop in the campaign, so any map that you're doing, Div Orbs are just that much more likely. But definitely the higher tier ones. And hopefully people have figured this out now by playing with this mechanic through the campaign, and then also seeing it in maps. But make sure anytime you're going to click on one of these levers, you clear out all the enemies even remotely close to the lever, because for whatever stupid reason they wanted to give you an animation for actually grabbing a hold of the lever and struggling to move it, which locks you in place and allows enemies to just sit there and beat the shit out of you while you can do absolutely nothing to save yourself. You might be able to use a potion, but you can't fight back in any way. But yeah, if you're an energy build, honestly, health potions are mostly worthless, because if you're energy shield build, it's usually because health is not your strong point, and you're going to have a whole lot of problems if you're getting down to the point to where you need to use a health pot. So always clear out around here, and even this is especially more true for anyone not playing a pet class, because at least my pets will defend me, and they don't have to be told what to do. But if you're a melee class, yeah, you're just screwed.
Death is my power to wield. No.
Still really wish they would just give you a way to disenchant stuff on the run. Oh, 51 spirit, too bad it's mostly evasion rating.
Yes.
So yeah, none of those items were any good. Double resist there, but no movement speed.
I'll be here, waiting.
Cannot wait for a map tab. Need one so badly. Or even just an affinity. Like, it's annoying not being able to have your maps like organized easily, but I would love to just have an affinity so that I can control click them and it will put them into the right tab instead of whichever one I happen to have open at the time. Probably not. Like I was saying earlier, I want to get the 3 tablets and actually kill the pinnacle boss and potentially do one of the breach bosses with this character before I start switching to other characters. I mean, we're looking at doing this for a year, so there's going to be plenty of time to play around with other classes. But yeah, hopefully I will be able to get to the pinnacle boss for mapping. Hopefully I'll be able to get that done this week, and then potentially either the breach or the one of the big bosses from the simulacrum. And then I'll start a new character and kind of see how that plays. I'm kind of leaning towards the monk. I do really want to play the witch hunter, but the monk is sounding like it might be really fun. Or even an arcane mage sork, since I already have a sork that's partially through the campaign. I may actually even go that route as well, because a lot of people are really interested in the caster classes. And then one of the really sneaky things is some of the gear that I have would also be really useful for a sork, so I could just transfer that gear over. But I'm going to take a short break here, grab a new drink, and stretch my legs for a minute. I'll run a couple minutes of ads while I'm gone. I'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. Back to clearing the map.
A lovely creature.
Yeah, of course, somebody messages me as soon as I get back in the map. Always the way it works. It's like I love how people try to make a trade with me. It's like, dude, I haven't even been to the vault to get this out yet. Chill out.
Yes. Hello. Time is not on our side.
And I highly suggest anytime you come out of the map for any reason, just identify DE cell, bank, whatever's in your inventory, so you don't have to come back out as quickly when you go back in. Lightning sucks. A lot of snakes in that room. Hey, thanks, Taco. Thanks for popping back in. We've been doing some science in here. How's Tarkov going for you? I've never really been able to get into that game. I can't stand survival style games or crafting style games where you collect up a bunch of stuff just to get killed so somebody else can benefit off all your work. Never been my style of play. You want to see me rage on something? That would be it. I'd be blowing out some people's eardrums. You missed it last night, Taco. Like, you were in here talking, and then you were going off to catch the movie. It probably wasn't 30 seconds after you disappeared, somebody raided the channel with 300 people. So, I had a busy night last night.
I need more mana. How useful.
most of them weren't super impressed with my my witch gameplay. Seems like it's unfortunate because as soon as they started talking about this game coming out and some of the cool skills that they were going to do and stuff, I was like, man, I want to play a minion build with this. And I guess everybody else had the same opinion as well, because based on the comments that I've seen, this is probably the most commonly played class in the game right now. So unfortunately, it's not great great content for everybody else, but I'm thinking I'm going to try out an Archmage next. So maybe that'll be more interesting for some people. Oh, there's another lever. On another 13. More than happy to take that.
I will squash you. Death is my power to wield.
Emerald Ring. What if that'll be good? Oh, look up 14 out of a 13 map. That's awesome. I find it really amusing how loot dropping in this game works. It's like once you first get into mapping and stuff, you're just like, oh my god, I just need like one more exalted and then I can buy this really cool thing. And then now I'm setting on like 40 exalts and I'm like, I only need 100 more exalts to buy this cool thing. Oh, that was a bad rare. He didn't drop hardly anything. No, that one had something. Jeweler's Orb. Might as well be nothing. Well, wow. Loot explosion up there. Nothing great, but oh, Jesus, full again. A lot of loot to just leave laying around. I'm probably gonna have to go back out. Oh, got another rare here.
Another corpse to serve
Oh,
me.
an alchemy out of just like a regular enemy. And a chaos orb out of the rare. Chaos orbs are starting to go up a little bit in price. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go back. Actually, I don't have anything small I can grab. Looks like I got room for something. Yeah, of course, those are all large items. I'll grab that.
Yes.
If you're gonna have to go out, fill up the inventory, even if it's just picking up one extra blue. That's 580 gold. Better than nothing. Don't need lightning resist.
I'll be here, waiting. Yes.
Let's see, was anything else good? That's crap. Well, I might actually try to sell that. That's got increased spirit and it has the fire damage and resist to allies. It's not a horrible item. It's not going to gain a lot, but it might be a little bit. It's not going to be any good. Yeah, those are all pretty bad items.
Until next time.
Might be able to get an Exalt or two out of this staff, then we'll see. Magic find grind, not great. I'm mostly just trying to finish the pinnacle boss, get to a point where I can actually go do that. So I'm searching around the map for these stupid quest locations, these 3 citadels. I haven't found a single one yet. But I kind of want to finish up that story, you know, just do the pinnacle boss, maybe try to do a breach, one of the breach bosses or something like that, and then I'm gonna play a different class for a little while. You still playing much, Knock, or have you kind of got into playing other things?
I will put you down!
Still grinding maps? Still playing much with your brother, or what's he been up to?
Another corpse to serve me. No.
Holy crap, I'm full again already. Jeez. Oh, that's cool. You still playing any Once Human, or how's that going? I don't know if you kept up with it or not.
Go on.
Good eatings.
Oh, whoa. +5 to melee skills? That might be nice.
On with the work.
Oh, nice. How was the hard mode? Did you like it pretty well? Oh, okay. Yeah, unfortunately that game just ended up not really being for me. I couldn't handle all the jank. Did I miss a lever around here somewhere? What's going on here? There it is. Personally, I would do PoE 2 any day of the year over Diablo 4. I did play a lot of Diablo 4, played through several of the seasons, but it's just not as good of a game. Doesn't have anywhere near the end game. Doesn't have anywhere near the staying capacity.
A gift from fate.
In my opinion, when it comes to Diablo, the story is pretty bad in Diablo 4, considering that Diablo 4 or Diablo in general started building quite a bit of a story after the first one. You know, so that was kind of like one of their focal points, and now they don't even do the story well anymore. The limitations on building some of the classes, the complete and utter like imbalance that they do with their games. They don't play test stuff properly. They're most of the content that they have to do in the game is very derivative, so it like nothing is new and exciting. It's just like, oh hey, go run dungeons, or just go do this one thing over and over and over, you know, and it's generally like, go run this dungeon over and over and over, and it's not even a group of different dungeons, it's one very specific dungeon because it's the one that's the most efficient to run. So yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of Diablo 4. I wouldn't say it's not worth playing, but I mean, there's so many ways that you can get Diablo 4 for free right now. You know, pick it up for free, play it quickly, beat the story, see what you think about it, and then my suggestion would be move on to a better game.
Next time.
But yeah, outside of that, Path of Exile 2, any day, all day, every day, over any version of Diablo right now. I think I'm gonna hold on to this for a little bit, see if I can buff that a little. Need those. I know I have that. Yeah, no problem. Feel free to stop in whenever you like and ask questions. I'll give you to the best of my ability. If you ever need me to go in more in depth, I can attempt to do that as well, depending on what it is. Oh, that's actually pretty cool, Doc. I like that they've kind of randomized how you get the Starcrom in Once Human, but I still think the rate at how much they allow you to get is very limited, considering the fact that it carries over from season to season. It's still very anti-new player. I'm not a fan of that concept at all. I think we'll pop out another tier 13 here real quick. Just keep progressing over here. See if I can find the next area. Only 70. What's up with that? Yeah, I think they really need to open up the ability for people to get more Starcrom. Like if you're a brand new player and you've never played a previous season, or you know, even if you've only played a couple of seasons, they should give you access to be able to get more Starcrom than people who have been playing the game forever. Because it's like, you know, like that's one of the big problems with you know, with playing with Diablo, for example, or like even some other ARPGs, is how limiting they are on being able to respec. So it's like, oh, I wanted to do this spec, but you know, I spent all my Starcrom to get these weapons or this armor, and then it turns out I don't have enough Starcrom to get all of the pieces for the build, so now I'm just screwed. You know, like that's a really unfortunate thing, because that's one of the big things that I ran into. It's like I really wanted to like Once Human. Like it looked like it was going to be fun to play, and honestly, the gunplay in it and the feel of the game wasn't too bad. I mean, it was fun to run around in it. The building was fun, even though it had a few negatives to it. But I mean, it was pretty fun to do. But just getting locked into a really bad build, you know, like the first build that I wanted to try to do. They nerfed the weapon, so then the build wasn't good, but I had already put so much resources into making that build that it was not possible in that season, except for maybe the very last week when you get a whole bunch of Starcrom that you can get access to. I was just going to have to play all of the rest of the seasons with a subpar build and never be able to do cool stuff with it. Whereas people that have been playing for multiple seasons and had tons of you know, of the blueprints to be able to make good weapons could try out the new builds and then just go, oh yeah, I don't like this one in particular, so I'm just going to switch to this other one. So I think they really need a way for new players to get access to more of the blueprints. You know, even if they put them on hard bosses and stuff like that, and just kind of dilute the drop pool for the season that you're playing in. Giving that massive of an advantage for enjoyment to people who have been playing for many seasons isn't great, because a lot of people are not going to play every single season or even every other season. Yeah, this is the map where you fight Crowbell in the campaign, and if you have a boss, like if this has a boss on it, then Crowbell is so far for me has always been the boss on this map. When you find it mapping.
Too much clutter.
Yes. Greetings.
Wait a minute, why did I have all this blue? Oh, it's all superior. I was like, why did I pick up all this blue crap?
What can I do for you?
The killing is still super fast for what?
Time is not on our side.
For this particular build, you mean, Nell, or what do you mean with that? Or are you talking about in? We were talking about Once Human. Were you referring to that? Oh yeah. I mean, I'm doing pretty much the top maps that I can get. So I mean, the killing is not going to slow down. The only thing that I can really get that's going to significantly increase my power at this point is greater and perfect jeweler's orbs, and actually that's probably about it. I have pretty much all the top end items that I can get for power at this point. Most of the other items that I would want to pick up, yeah, I grabbed one off of the marketplace. It's a pretty beefy scepter. 152 spirit, 44% increased damage, 16 to 20 additional fire damage, 34% crit hit chance, 7% attack speed, plus 3 to all minion skills. So not a bad scepter. Oh yeah, the best scepter I have crafted for myself. That, granted, this is not solo self-found, but the best scepter that I've crafted for myself, I sold for 3 div, and it was trash in my opinion. I would not have. I wouldn't have worn it for myself, I would say. It had like 180 spirit on it. It had, I think it had 15, maybe 15-ish attack speed for minions on it. It had minion health on it. It had minion resists on it, and it had fire damage. But it did not have the enhanced just flat damage, which I feel like that's probably the single largest upgrade you could get. And it had +3 to minion skills on it.
Death is my power to wield.
But yeah, it didn't have this allies and presence deal percent increased damage. I mean, and that's just huge. I mean, that's this is nearly a 50% increase in just damage, period. So all the other stuff is nice, but I think that's the single largest upgrade you can get on a scepter. And the one that I sold didn't have that line on it, and someone still bought it. I was like, okay, it's your money, but I would not have worn it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold it. Yeah, I would love to see a 4 to 5 minion skill, but honestly, the damage increase on minion skill levels, it's just not that much. It's like having a lot of the other really good stats. It's like there's not going to be a huge difference between +3 and +5 minion skills. I mean, I wouldn't throw it away if I got one, but I'm not going to go and spend like 20 div on it either. I haven't really noticed the scaling being that great. I mean, I've got +2 on my helmet, and I've got +3 on the weapon, and I'm just not seeing anything that's that phenomenal. Like maybe once you get to the insanely high, you know, if you start getting like +9 or +10, maybe the ones that are way up there are insanely scaled, but scaling at the lower level at +5 is not really that insane. And it's like I'm really having 0 problems killing stuff right now. Yeah, so that's probably the case once you start getting those really insanely high ones. I'm still trying to finish it up the levels on getting some stuff. Like I think all of my minions are level 19 skill gems right now, but I haven't gotten any level 20s yet. Wait, what? Out of balls? No. It did it. Never mind. I think I accidentally typed an extra character on that last one. It tried to use some kind of a weird ball.
Death is my power to wield. Too much clutter.
And these maps have had plentiful drops, that's for sure.
Go on.
I don't know if it's any good or not. Ooh, that's pretty nice. %, move speed on some boots with some other decent stats. Oh, holy crap. the first chess piece that I have seen that has an implicit for 5% increased move speed. That's interesting. I wonder if those are worth anything. Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm kind of like running into right now. Let's see, where's it at? So my Atlas passives, I've done everything except the last 2 points. I'm kind of working on those right now, getting pretty close to being done with tier 15 maps. And then I've gotten some points for map bosses. But yeah, I don't know how it's supposed to be possible to get these other ones. I just don't know how you acquire any of them yet. But it is supposed to be possible to get access to those.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, so I wanted to see about this chess piece here. What do we got? Yeah, that's not going for anything. Wait a minute. 5% movement speed. Oh, wow. That 5% movement speed has already turned that chess piece into an exalted. That's crazy. I thought the Splinters summoned a special map that had the boss in it. Or is the boss from the 300 Splinters the one that drops the token? Okay, gotcha. +4 to lightning skills. That could actually be a decent item as well. Only 5, so that can get more stuff rolled on it, but it's not too bad. 377 armor, faster move speed, and some cold resistance. It'd be nicer if it had another resist on it, especially chaos. That would make that worth a lot. I just don't think this thing is going to be worth that much. I'll put it up for like an exalt and see if anybody will buy it. I'll just be happy when Grinding Gears team gets back and makes some more freaking tabs for us. Like, I really want a map tab. It's like, this is getting annoying. I have a little bit of rarity. I have some rarity on some of the items that I'm wearing, and then I went through rarity on... I picked up some pretty decent amount of rarity through the tree, so... It's not great, it's not terrible.
On with the work.
Ah, son of a bitch. Two people wanting that wand right away. Yeah, I underpriced that wand.
You down.
Within 10 seconds of posting the wand, I had like 6 people that messaged me wanting to buy it. I definitely underpriced that. Yeah, I gotta raise that price. I either gotta raise the price or I gotta consider saving it for a Sork build.
Death, take you! It's about time.
I'll finish this map and then I'll relist it and see if I may throw it up for a div and see if people will buy it at that point. I didn't think about it, but that's I think that's actually a one-handed weapon, and if that's accurate, having a +4 on it's actually pretty huge. Yeah, that would be that'd be really nice. I don't think I'm hitting anything even remotely close to like 200 yet, but I'm probably not terribly far off of it. I'm wanting to get I need to get 2 of those. I forget what the ring's called now, but it's those unique rings that can roll random high or low, like positive or negative on all the resists and everything. It's the Gamble Gold Ring. And that one gives, it can have 20 spirit and a bunch of rarity find on it, plus like up to +40 on 3 different resists, which is pretty huge. But those things are insanely expensive right now. Even bad rolls are like 20 div. It's like people are just nuts with that.
No.
I actually personally like it if they keep the loot that way. I maybe just put a limit on how much rarity find actually does stuff for you. But like, that's one of the things that I've always hated about ARPGs in general, is I would prefer the game to be more solo self-found kind of concept than just having to buy everything. Because trying to roll really nice gear is just asinine. But it's very common, like with this wand that I put up that everybody wants. It's very easy for me to find something like that that's useless for my class, but then I could sell it to somebody else. And I would rather just find things that are actually useful for my class. I don't like the concept of having to involve other people, because then you get people that want to overcharge for stuff. Like the people selling that ring for 20 div. Nothing about those rings are worth 20 fucking div. It's like, I'm sorry, but they're just not worth that. Only idiots that don't understand math think that that's a good idea. And then, the concept of the number of people that put stuff up for sale but then won't actually sell it. Like, you'll message them 5 or 6 times. Kind of like me being an asshole not selling to these people right now. But this was very clearly a poorly priced item. Like, should have priced it higher. So yeah, I'm gonna kick that up to a divine and see if people keep messaging me on that one. Actually, I should see. What is it that's making this so insane? Yeah, so those are getting up into a divine. Yeah, yeah, that's valid. Seeing as how I'm planning on playing an Archmage, I'm kind of wondering if I shouldn't just keep that for myself.
Greetings.
That's not a bad item. I can probably get an Exalt or two out of that.
I'll be here, waiting. What can I do for you?
That just needs to be sold. I don't even know why I picked that up.
I'll be here, waiting.
Have you found any of the vendors, Knock, on the map? Oh, here's another one of the Paradise. Oh, look at that. 478% increased experience, and it's corrupted. I didn't realize that. But have you found like one of these vendors? I don't really know what this thing does yet, but it has 3 ways to get into it, so I'm trying to find my way down there so I can check it out and see what it is. It's some sort of a traveling merchant. I don't really want to spend a tier 13 on a freaking tower. I don't like these towers. The maps are too small. They don't have enough rares in them most of the time. Not a lot of rares, not a lot of mob density.
Should have served me.
Just keep picking up these these random white scepters and see if I can roll them into something worth having.
Death is my power to wield. How useful.
Yeah, that's what Taco was saying, Nell. That there was I forget which Pokemon it was, but he just gave up trying to catch one of them because it just wouldn't catch. Yeah, this game actually has quite a bit into it, Nell. You can go to their Discord page, and you can actually get a daily loot crate by going to the Discord and typing in a command on their Discord, and it gives you, depending on the rarity of the loot crate that you get, it gives you some amount of money and then some amount of Pokeballs. The higher the rarity of the crate, the more of that stuff it gives you. But you know, it's a couple hundred bucks and like 3 or 4 Pokeballs, even if you get the most common drop. And then the big drops are like $10,000 and like you know, 8 or 10 really nice Pokeballs. So then it's a daily thing that you can go do. But apparently this thing is actually a pretty big deal. So they have a whole lot of stuff going on with it. There's weekly quests that you can do. There's raids that you can do against bigger Pokemon, all kinds of stuff. I was reading about it a little bit last night. You can apparently also somehow incorporate it into your Discord as well, so you can have the Discord can run bots for it also. Doesn't necessarily have to be just in a stream. I need to read some more on it and see what the deal is with it, but it's interesting. Yeah, Nock, I usually just keep the Orbs of Alchemy for the random scepters, and I'll just alchemy them and get 4 stats on them and see if they're any good, and if they are, I'll throw an Exalt at it. If not, I just turn them into a Regal Shard and move on. I really hate how they kind of like crowd into these doorways and you can't get through. Yeah. I was actually talking about that being a thing earlier, Nock, when selling items, that if you get an item that has, I was doing it specifically with the jewels like the sapphires and emeralds, and it's like if you roll and get 2 or 3 really good stats on them, it's probably better to sell it that way, because people will buy it because they think they can roll really awesome stuff on it. But then if you actually throw exalts into it, you're losing currency, and it's less likely that you're going to get, you know, like the 3rd or the 4th really good buff on it. So it's like, I just thought that was a funny concept, because I was like, you're basically by leaving room to throw an exalt or 2 on it, you're feeding into people's behavior of you know, that gambling need. They're like, oh man, I could buy this thing for like 5 exalts and I can slam 2 more exalts on it, it could be really awesome. And it's like, yeah, but most likely it's going to be really crap, so I'd rather them lose the money than me.
Get out of my way!
Yeah. I really wish they would improve building, like crafting your own stuff a little bit more. I would like to see a few more orbs dropping than what are that drop currently. And then I would like to see some different kinds of orbs. Like, I'm a little annoyed that they got rid of the orb that rerolls just implicits. It's like, I thought that was probably one of the best orbs in the game because it did exactly what you wanted it to do. It didn't fuck with anything. It just rerolled your implicit. Yeah, I did notice that, but I don't even know how you get omens. I have gotten one the entire time that I've been playing. So it's like they're not common enough. Some of the omens are really cool, but yeah, they're nowhere near common enough to be useful. Yeah, maybe that's where it's coming from. I got one at some point pretty early on, and it was the one where whenever you used I think it was an orb of alchemy, it guaranteed like all prefixes or all suffixes. I can't remember which one, but I thought that one was pretty neat.
Speak.
Two resists on a chest, low energy shield. That's not really that impressive. No plus to skills, no plus to skills, no plus to skills. No plus.
On with the work.
Nope. They got attack speed on it, but everything else is crap.
Yes. Until next time.
Yeah, here's one of the ones that I rolled for myself, Knock. It's got 11% attack speed, 21% crit hit, +4 to all minions, and 43% spirit. And then also extra fire damage. So that's one that I've actually rolled myself. Yeah, if I had damage to allies, that would be better than what I'm wearing right now. Let's see, that cleared out, so time to do a new map. Grab another 13, because why not? Oh, is this another dead end? Damn it. Yeah, dead end in the mountains. I can't keep going south here. So I guess I can try to go over here and see if it'll go south this way.
Beautiful murder!
Oh, random exalt
It's
off a
about time.
random creature. That's always nice. I want to see more wide open maps like this one. You know, like this one's a pretty open map. Not a lot of like hallways and crap like that in it. I hate getting ritual altars when like in Path of Exile 1, ritual altars were pretty much always in really good spots. But now they're in like really crappy spots. Like you'll have tons of trees or stuff everywhere. And you'll have like 2 little hallways that you can walk in while trying to do the ritual altar because of how they black out the outer area. It's so annoying. No movement speed there. Don't need level 17s, and those are crap. Got one more chance for a decent currency up there, and then maybe one more chance for a pair of boots that could have speed on them, but that looks like a pretty crappy ritual to me. Yeah, this is one of those unfortunate ritual altar placements. There's just like tons of like impassable shit all over the place. Like, what is this, like 70% of this is unusable area? At least you can make mostly a full circle around this, but that's pretty crappy.
A beautiful murder! Death, take you!
It wants to make sure I saw that tier 5 map there. Heaven forbid I leave that behind. Yeah, there's a lot of bad minion pathing. Have you figured out the trick to kind of help your minions a little bit? Yeah, weapon swap. It's just so annoying that that's something that you have to actually do. Nothing good from that one either. Crappy. Yeah, this was a horrendous, absolutely worthless ritual. I guess technically I could have re-rolled it, but I just don't care. It's like it's such a huge cost to re-roll, and then you just can't afford anything. If you get something good to roll in it, then you'll just have to defer it to another one. So. Well, I'm out of Pokeballs now. That's why I didn't catch anything.
I hate to destroy beauty! Death is my power to wield.
I really need to get a new chest piece in the near future. The one that I'm wearing is actually slowing my movement speed down because it's a heavier type of armor. I don't recall that being a thing in Path of Exile 1, but it is definitely a thing in Path of Exile 2.
No.
Let's see here.
Yes.
Greetings.
That's crap. Crap. 3 to melee skills. It's probably crap. No movement speed, but I'd rather have the Regal Shard into that one.
Greetings.
34 to life. Yeah, that's crap. And also not that great. Also not that great.
Until next time.
Penetrates 9% lightning resist. That could be nice. And increase 11 damage with bows. Yeah, that's actually looking pretty good. Throw that up at a high price and see if I get any bites. I need to find the poison. The charm. No spirit. No spirit. That's gonna be trash.
Hello. On with the work.
I need to keep trying to pay attention for charms. I need a poison one, and I had one at one point, and I guess I accidentally sold it. Should probably consider checking the vendors as well. I keep forgetting to do that. I don't know if vendors reset on their own outside of you leveling, like if they reset once a day as well, like they used to in PoE 1.
Another corpse to serve me.
A linen belt, that could be cool.
I will put you down.
Hey, Knock, have you seen any of those necklaces that can go for like 150 exalts for the unique? Or sorry, yeah, 150 div, not exalts. Yeah, it's pretty rare. I think it's mostly because there's like 3 different necklaces that you can get out of that. And that just happens to be the one that everybody wants. Yeah. Yeah, the heavy belts don't seem to, the headhunters don't seem to be selling for all that much, unfortunately. I don't know why, but...
Another corpse to serve me. No.
Yeah. Down to 14 enemies.
A lovely creature.
Yeah, I'm not searching the map for 5 enemies. We will move on.
Yes.
Greetings.
Nope. Cold and fire in energy shield. That's not bad. Really low chance that I'm going to get spirit on that though, but I may have to try to roll it out and see what I get. That's trash. I might want to try to roll that. Keel haul belt.
Until next time.
It's pretty funny, but it just seems like every generic unique, if it's not really great, then it just sells for an exalt. I guess we'll throw exalt or 2 at this. 24 max life is a pathetic roll. That's unfortunate. So once again, a lot of nice stats, but no spirit, so it's worthless. Might be good for a Sork though, I guess. Throw it up for like 2 exalts and see if anybody will buy it. At least I can get back out of it when I put into it. Shaman's Mantle has an implicit for spirit. That's kind of cool. I need the implicit for I want the implicit for energy shield though, because if I got the what is it, the survivability on these robes are just insane. Which one is it? This one, the 45% faster start of energy shield recharge is nuts. That's huge for getting that energy shield to come back. And you can get these up to about 600 or so, 700 energy shield on them, depending on how well they roll. And then just to give you an example with the build that I'm using, this one has 200 energy shield on it. If I put this on, I go from 3666 energy shield to 5k. So 200 energy shield is worth 2000 energy shield because of all the buffs that I have for it. So imagine what this would be like if it was 700. It puts me at almost 10,000 energy shield. It's absolutely nuts. I would basically never die again. Because if I had to baseline at 10,000 and then also using where I'm using Grim Feast, that would allow me to go up to 20,000. So it would just be nuts. But I'm going to take a quick break here, run to the restroom, get a drink, all that kind of stuff. I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Oh, that's actually really nice too. Strength scaling into energy shield would be amazing. Well, I don't know how much do I have. I've only got a 56 strength, so even if unless it was more than a 1-to-1, it would be interesting, but I may have to look at it. But yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about the wait time there. Nature calls and all. I think I'm done with this map, but I'm just gonna double check. Yeah, we're done.
Yes.
What's up, Fluid? Oh, is it a Bulbasaur? Nice. Oh no, you got a Bulbasaur starter, I see. You know, just trying to get through some maps here. Seeing what other kind of random crap I can collect for the night.
It's not on our side.
No. Still only a plus 100. So weird. Been playing around with the new Pokemon game we added to the chat here. It's been pretty fun. A little something extra to do. Still roaming around like a moron trying to find these 3 citadels so I can do the pinnacle boss.
A beautiful murder.
Yeah, I think it'll be kind of cool to see it. Looks like it's a pretty entertaining fight, so I want to check that out. And then I think I'm gonna start up another playthrough with a different class after I get the pinnacle boss down. I could sit here and map forever with this one class, but kind of want to see what some of the other classes have to offer while we're just in the early access phase. Did you ever get around to playing Path of Exile? I know you played some Diablo, but wasn't enthused with the nerfing.
Death is my power to wield.
I kind of wish they would show you what the limitations on presence is. Because I know there's some stuff that you get that increases your presence range, but all of this stuff with like allies in your presence, it's like how far away is that? Like how far away can I get from my pets before they don't get the benefit anymore? They used to be pretty good about that in Path of Exile 1. They'd show a little like buff circle at their feet, and when you got too far away, the buff icon would go away. but they don't have that anymore for some reason. At least not for this stuff.
Is my power to wield.
Another exalted orb. We'll take
A
it.
gift from fate.
Have you been playing anything over your break at all, Fluid?
Scatter before me!
Oh, you're still just playing Diablo 2? Good grief.
None can oppose me. No.
Did you ever go back to play that, oh, what was it called? It was a game you and I were both looking forward to, and you ended up picking it up and I hadn't yet. It was the one where you run around and you're like trying to pick up stuff off the battlefield, but you're trying to mostly play stealthily and avoid combat. Yeah, Forever Winter. Did you ever go back and play that anymore? I heard that I saw a thing the other day where it actually they put it up for sale, like it's on sale right now. So I'm kind of wondering if it's still not going really well, and that's why they're having to put it on sale. Yeah, that's a decent amount of damage on that weapon.
They'll be here, waiting.
Not many of those up. Three. See if it'll sell. be built to.
What can I do for you? Until next time.
I think I don't think we've decided just yet on the actual start date, but Fluid sometime here soon, potentially this coming weekend, we're gonna do a Pal World playthrough. If you've never played that, it's pretty fun. Yeah, they just released a new patch a couple days ago, like immediately before Christmas, and it added a bunch of new stuff to the game. A huge new island with a bunch of new creatures to capture, and a lot of quality of life improvements. A bunch of new like building pieces and stuff like that. So we thought it'd be a good time to go back and try it, because I haven't played it since they added all the raids and stuff into the game either. So I haven't played it since it was basically, you know, fresh launch. They also increased the level cap, and since the original launch, they've increased the number of bases that you could actually have. And they've added like little missions that you can send the pals out on, and they'll collect stuff and bring it back for you. They improved a lot of the stuff inside the bases as well, so that the pals will work better. Pokemon up, catch it while you can. Nell's frantically trying to get her screen open now so she can try to catch it. 34 creatures and map complete. That's probably going to be about it for this map. There's almost all of the 34 creatures. That probably is all of the 34 creatures. Maybe one left over. Nope, that was all of them. All right.
Speak.
Ah, no capture. It's unfortunate. Everything's escaping. What? 8 fire cold and 9 lightning resist. Oh yeah, I've seen these. I don't know if these are actually really any good or not. Are they? Just 1 EX. Alright. So worthless is what you're telling me.
Greetings.
Oh, no move speed. Sucks. Shit. We're getting nuts with the cost on these robes. It's insanely high. Cheapest set of robes that I would want right now are 15 div. Pretty crazy. Alright, that map was done. I hate burning ground. It's so annoying. Oh wow, none of this stuff even connects. What the hell, man? How far around am I gonna have to go? Missed that Pantheon that you could pick up from Path of Exile 1 that would just make you immune to burning ground. I hope they bring the Pantheon
me.
stuff back after after they get all the axe launched. Because I mean, Sin is in the game, so they should. That tier 9 garbage, get it out of here. They not kill that freaking hyena thing.
Death is my power to wield.
Because they were fighting a rare. Kind of wish they had like a little music or something like that, a little file that would play when you engaged a named. I guess it's probably not that big of a deal for non-pet classes, but like sometimes your pets will just wander off and attack random shit. There it is. Poison charm. Can't believe how annoying that was to find.
Pathetic creation! Death is my power to wield. How useful.
Well, that dude exploded into a lot of loot. It's definitely nice.
I will feast on your soul!
Alright. That was a faster clear than what I expected. This isn't actually too bad of a tile set, honestly. It's pretty straightforward on just circling around the map, getting all this stuff dead, and then getting out. Not bad at all. Something doesn't seem right with those totals up there. There we go. For some reason it was saying I had 17 arsonists. I'm like, I don't have 17 arsonists. That's not how that works.
Speak.
What can I do for you?
Nothing.
On with the work. Yes.
That. Don't really care about life gain. That's kind of lame. There we go. 0.15 charges per second. That's good enough. Allergic to my own cats. Oh, that's crap. Sell that to...
Time is not on our side.
Oh wow, double fire resist on that one. That could be good. I'll try to make it better. Nope, scrap. Unfortunate.
Greetings.
Double check real quick just to see. I think it's gonna end up being garbage. Oh, this thing's so annoying.
On with the work.
A lot of this stuff has been up in here. It's for sale for a while, and it's just not going anywhere. It'd be worth it to just blow some of it up. Actually not too bad. I don't know why no one's picking that one up. Maintenance here. Just a moment. Holy crap, I caught a Pokemon. That's nuts. Things have been up here forever and they're just not selling. Yeah, I love inventory Tetris. Levels to lightning skills. I'm actually kind of surprised no one's wanted to spend a divine on that with as crazy as people were trying to get it. playing fire builds for Sork. That's a 12. I got more 13s in here. Oh, 185 map drop. That's not bad. 86% of increased rarity of items found. That's nice. They don't actually show you that in here anywhere. Let's see. Was I done with that map? I think I finished that one. It's a pretty quick one. Yeah. Abyss. Remember if this is a good tile set for this build or not. Seems like it's doing okay. My newfound gear, I should probably consider going to try to do the last trial. Although I think I need some items to be able to face the Trial Master, so picked up one of those.
Pathetic creation!
It's like it doesn't matter if you do the Trial of the Secondmist or the Trial of Chaos, it seems like you're having to do some sort of farming either way in order to be able to get through the content. About those things. I think it's so funny that it makes such a big deal when they drop, and I'm like, I don't want that. I don't like the Trial of Secondmist. I think it's an annoying system.
Death, take you! Should have served me.
Pretty funny how these how ARPGs can be so addicting. It's like you just sit here and just keep running through them over and over and over. It's like, yeah, maybe you'll get some good stuff for the day, maybe you
I
won't,
think
but
not.
you keep running regardless. Yeah, maybe. She's probably getting
Yes.
pretty bored of this. Yeah, this crap. Oh, so many bad items.
Until next time.
That was pretty crazy after the number of people that were in here yesterday and the amount of talking and stuff. It's like, it's a slow night tonight. Tonight will be the first night back into the gym after the holidays. We didn't get to go any at the beginning of the week. It's unfortunate. After having one of our cats break their leg and not getting any sleep Monday night going into Tuesday.
None can
The gym
oppose
was a
me.
no-go for Tuesday night, and then they were closed, or sorry, Monday night, and then they were closed Tuesday and Wednesday.
You should have served me.
I hate those little super tiny pathways where my pets get all kind of piled up and won't go. They really need to take collision from pets being able to collide with each other. It's just annoying. That completed the map. Still got over 50 guys left. But yeah, there were a ton of people in here last night. Does that. She gets jealous. Start talking to other people instead of her. She can't handle it. I still say the whole reason she suggested that I get into streaming is specifically so that she could keep an eye on me. What have you been up to, Matisse? Haven't seen you too much lately. Always sleeping when I'm streaming now. All the enemies.
No.
Yes, it is all the enemies. Just been sleepy, huh?
Yes. Yes.
You still been playing any Minecraft? Hey, what's going on, Raven?
Until next time.
Yep, I remember. I'll be over by after I finish up my stream.
Until next time.
It's pretty slow tonight after last night, to be quite honest. Had a few people in talking, but it's mostly been pretty quiet. Been modding Diablo 2, huh?
What can I do for you? Time is not on our side.
You're gonna make Fluid sad. You're changing his game. looks like that could be a nice item. Has got that up for a divine. Let's see if it goes anywhere. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of wish they would reduce the amount of like crappy items that are dropping in games, like these ARPGs. That still continues south, so maybe I can get around that way. So we'll see. Oh wait, let me get another map. Lowly little 13 left. Oh, 225 maps, there we go. Negative player resist though, that kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't frequently.
Another corpse to serve me. I am the apex!
The beauty of pet builds. Essence of Flame. A tier 5 map, are you kidding me? Was doing pretty well with maps earlier, but now I'm getting jump scares. Alright, sounds good, Raven.
I will put you down!
Yeah, those little fireflies were annoying.
Another Another corpse to serve me.
Another jump scare for you, Matisse. Man, I already have one of those and it still hasn't sold. I don't want another one. I just want to make sure you don't fall asleep and are actually enjoying your game. It's not really good sleep if you're falling asleep sitting in your chair.
Insolent wretch!
All these maps that are dropping. It's a high map drop chance for this particular zone. It depends on how you look at it. I don't think you will see a map that says higher than 16 on it, but technically
None
18
can
is the
oppose
highest map. But it's based off of using the map on a specific node that has
No.
pluses to maps, like pluses to creature levels. So people are calling those tier 17 and tier 18 maps, but the map doesn't actually say anything. You won't actually even get a map to drop higher than tier 15 unless you get a corrupted map to drop. Because right now the only way to get a tier 16 map is to use a ball orb and corrupt a tier 15 map and get the lucky upgrade to a tier 16. They don't drop naturally.
Too much clutter.
And that inventory just keeps getting more and more full.
Go on.
Yes.
You played a lot of Path of Exile 1, didn't you, Matisse?
Hello. Time is not on our side.
Oh.
Yes. On with the work.
So far, it's been the Path of Exile 2 experience has been significantly different than Path of Exile 1, which is nice. The game seems to focus a little bit more on mechanics, and it's not really possible to get these insanely fast move speeds, and like what's the word that I'm looking for? Haven't played Path of Exile 1 in a while. The movement skills that you would get, like leap slam and teleports and all that stuff. None of those really exist in this version of the game, so you can't just be like zipping around all over the map. There's far less incidences of getting one shot without knowing what happened to you. Like normally, if you're getting one shot, it's because you stayed in the you stayed in the red for too long and got killed, or you weren't doing a mechanic properly. So yeah, a lot less things going on that will one-shot you, which is nice. Now, that people call it a Souls-like because they added a roll, so you can actually roll, which gives you some iframes. And I think people were maybe, because of the way they saw this in the advertisements and stuff ahead of time, I think they were expecting iframes to be a much bigger deal. But you're really not having to roll anywhere near as effectively as you do in a Dark Souls game. I honestly, I really feel like the Souls-like was premature. Some of the bosses and things like that were really hard at first, especially for a lot of people. I think that was one of the things I was talking about last night in my stream, was when I was going through the content for the very first time, every single boss that I ran into in Act 1, I died to one time. For the most part. There were a couple that I didn't die to, but as far as like the end act boss, like the one that everybody freaks out about, I died to that one time. I basically just had to figure out what the mechanics were to it. The same with the Executioner. A lot of people freak out about the Executioner. I died to that one time because I didn't understand a mechanic until it hit me, and then I was like, oh, okay, I see why that's bad. Went back and fought it again, no problems. So the game really hasn't been that bad. You don't have to do all these crazy like rolls to dodge tons of incoming attacks and stuff like that. The roll is just an extra way to to get away from things if you have to, and it'll give you a brief moment of iframes. So the game's really not that bad. It's slower paced in general. You don't get overrun by quite as many enemies as you did in the previous Path of Exile games. I mean, there's still plenty enough on the screen so that you don't feel like there's nothing to kill. It's not as bad as Diablo 4 was, where it felt like there were just no enemies. So there's still plenty of things to kill. They're just not all piled on top of each other all the time, and you're not and you're not zipping around the map where you just get into the middle of a bunch of enemies and get screwed. So it's been pretty entertaining to play. Like, I've had a really good time with it. I'll be interested to see how they continue to adjust things once they get back from their holiday vacation, and we'll see how things continue to go. But like, one of the early complaints people had was that loot felt really slow, and it just wasn't a lot of fun. So right before they went on break for Christmas, they bumped the loot and made it drop more frequently, and it's felt pretty good ever since then. So they're paying attention to what people had to say. There's body blocking in this, which there was in Path of Exile 1, and the body blocking felt really bad because the roll wouldn't get you out of it, and people were used to their their travel skills previously, and you could just leap slam out of things surrounding you, or you could teleport through it, or dash through it, or whatever. But since they got rid of all those and they gave you the roll, but the roll wouldn't get you out of stuff body blocking you, and people were really upset about that because it's just like, I can't count the number of body block deaths that I had. I think when I was playing my Sork, literally the only time I would die on my Sork is if I got body blocked. And I was like, this is just dumb. It's like you'll have like 4 creatures that'll rush out and they'll pin you against a wall and you can't get away. And if you can't kill them faster than they kill you, then you just died. So people were not super happy about that, and the developers were like, okay, we can see where that's a problem. So they reduced the footprint of your character to 0 when rolling. I don't think it's actually exactly 0. I think it's probably like 0.001, because you still can't roll through an enemy, but it will let you roll in between the cracks between enemies, so it's significantly more difficult to get body blocked into your death now than what it was. Oh, where are the rest of the enemies? They're all hiding. Yeah, it was really infuriating. People were not enjoying that at all. But yeah, I mean, like they didn't put up a lot of fight with it. Be like, oh no, we really want you to experience the game this way. They were just like, okay, well we thought this would be fun, but clearly no one likes it, so okay, we'll change it. And they just moved on. And yeah, ever since they fixed the roll being an issue, I haven't really had any problems with it. I was actually kind of enjoying the slower loot, but I could definitely see once you get to mapping and stuff, how it would be nearly impossible to ever get upgrades with as slow as the loot was. So I'm guessing a lot of the people that were complaining about the slow loot had gotten to that before I did. So I hadn't seen what it looked like at that point.
Yes.
Hello.
Let's
be
see,
here.
what can we blow up before I go back in there? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, they would have just nerfed rolling even more if it was a Blizzard game.
I'll be here.
It's actually really funny. Rod Ferguson, the lead for Diablo 4, is now on record for complaining when people started referring to this game as a Souls-like game. He actually went to I think it was Twitter that he put it out on. I can't remember which platform it was, but he actually put up a post saying that he thinks people should really be using the term Diablo-like for games that are similar to Diablo. He was really upset that they were calling Path of Exile a Souls-like game. It's like, man, nobody wants to be called after a Diablo game. Sorry. It's like as soon as you guys released Diablo 3, you lost the right for people to call anything a Diablo-like game. Yeah, it's the head of Diablo 4. Go figure. You can just tell that they're super butthurt about it too. That, you know, like they're just so mad that people are enjoying PoE 2, and PoE 2 has had an amazing like retention of players, even though people are getting mad at, you know, some things here and there, or they think the game is difficult. And I personally think their difficulty is just coming from the fact that they played Path of Exile 1 for 10 years and they mastered the game and they understood it inside and out. And then Path of Exile 2 is a different game with different mechanics, different bosses, different ways that they do things. And they couldn't just pick it up and instantly be a master of the game anymore. And I think that's why most people are complaining about it being too hard, because I'm just not seeing the difficulty. I mean, I don't know how many times you would play the average character in Path of Exile 1 and then get all the way up into mapping. I'm basically doing the max tier mapping that I can do right now. This character has died 33 times in the entirety of its existence. So all of those crazy deaths that I had at the beginning where I was learning the game, that's all part of this. 33 deaths the entire time I've been playing. So it's really not that many. So like people that are complaining about this game being too hard, it's like I am by no means a god of ARPGs. I mean, I've talked to several other people that have played and they haven't had a single death at all. Yeah, they're taking the fluid approach to his approach to SOD. Was too hard for him. The easiest version of WoW that's ever existed was too hard for him. That's right, guys. You heard it here. Poor Fluid. He just has to sit back and play Diablo 2, the only game he can succeed at. He's probably playing modded 2 and made everything super powerful. Where you at, Fluid? I'm bashing you too much for you to not respond.
Yes.
What can I do for you? Time is not on our side.
Probably in his den. Yeah. He's having a furry foursome.
Go on.
I told him that we were going to be playing Pal World here in the next few days. He actually seemed pretty interested in playing that, so we may actually see him a little more here in the near future. Did you ever play Power World, Matisti? It's a pretty decent game. It's a,
Remnants of a dead empire!
you know, basic survival craft kind of stuff, but with a Pokemon capture element. This Tier 5 map is dropping other Tier 5s like crazy. Why can't Tier 14 maps drop a bunch of Tier 14 maps? So annoying. Yeah, they've been going through some issues with that, which is, I mean, honestly, it's really annoying that it's even a thing, but yeah. I kind of feel bad for them because at the end of the day, it's like Nintendo should have done this 10 years ago. It made a game like this. I mean, Ark Survival Evolved has been out for a very long time at this point. Rust has been out forever. Tarkov been out for a long time. It's like the concept of these survival craft games have been around for a very long time. It's like you seriously should have done this a long time ago. And the fact that you didn't is a you problem, not everyone else that's just decided to be like, yeah, Pokemon should really be played like this, so we're just gonna make the game because Nintendo won't. We'll call it something else. I mean, I think it would be better for everyone all the way around if Nintendo would just do it, because they would probably do it fairly well, and it would be a bunch of Pokemon that people actually know who they are, you know, they'd have connections with, and I think the game would be way bigger than what Pal World was. And Pal World was insanely big and insanely popular when it came out.
Get out of my way!
There's a Pokemon to catch now.
Death, take you.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I would really like to see Grinding Gears tweak at this point is just doing something about the rate that maps are dropping. Like, trying to get... it's possible. You could probably catch fluid. I don't know if you'd want to. He's a pretty weak Pokemon. He can't even win at Sod.
Get out of my way!
Yeah. Is it sad to say that I'm already kind of bored of Season of Discovery? I think Meowth is a little high up there. I think he'd be more like a... what the hell is that fish called? It's been so long since I played a Pokemon game of any kind. But yeah, whatever that fish is, that once you get 1,000,000 of them, you can you can turn it into a Gyarados. That's fluid. Was it some kind of carp? Carp something? Magikarp, that's the one. Yeah, it's like when I was first leveling with WoW, going through SOD, it was actually kind of fun and getting up to raid time. But it's like the loot system that this guild uses for raiding is just like really, really lame. And it's like raiding is just so boring because it's like you don't ever know if you're gonna get anything, and I don't know. It's just like it's very anticlimactic going into a raid and walking away with absolutely nothing.
Wait. Hello.
It's actually pretty funny, Matisse. Yeah, I've never really played anything traditional
They'll be here. Wait.
Pokemon. The closest I've come to playing a Pokemon game with any amount of regularity was playing Pokemon Go.
Yes.
We played that for a hot minute. And yeah, Nell, the Melee Hunter, I mean, like, going through the
Yes.
leveling and experiencing the new stuff is pretty cool. But then once you hit to the level cap and it's just all about that min-max grind, and then you realize that the min-max grind is SOD, and most of the people in SOD aren't even impressed with SOD anymore, so no one's like legitimately trying to speed run anything or, you know, like really get their parses up there. It's just like, all of it's just a joke. And then you're just like, why am I playing this again? Why did I want to come back to this? Yeah, no, I've definitely experienced that kind of thing before, Matisse. Ah, you can sneak through over here. Yeah. Oh, wow. That map node has 4... it's got 4 nodes on it. That's nice. 4 affixes, that's the one. I do like how if you get to one of the towers and you finish the tower, it does expose a whole bunch of the map. I still cannot find any of these damn citadels anywhere. There's a couple of unexplained things on the map as well, like immediately by my starting point I've got this realm gate. I don't know what that does. And then there's also this reliquary vault. No idea what that does. It won't accept maps, so I don't know if there's a specific map you have to use to do those, or I don't know what the deal is with it, but it's annoying. Alright, see if we get anything good out of this. Back to a 13.
I am the apex!
Something over there stunned me pretty well. It's kind of crappy. The augury. Yeah, this one's really bad for really bad for pet pathing. Nock was right about that. Yeah, the random things in the maps are you see them on the overworld, so you know they're still random, but you know before you go on the map if they're there or not. Well, I guess they're pseudo random. I'll explain it once I finish this map. Oh no, I didn't want to click that.
Scatter before me!
This map is kind of annoying for multiple reasons. It's really bad for pet pathing. Like, you get separated from your pets a lot in this, and then you always have to go all the way around the map, because basically at each of the kind of, I guess, cardinal directions, if you're considering this north up here, at each of the cardinal directions, there's going to be a lever that you have to flop to be able to get into the center room, which is what generally allows you to finish the map. Yeah, basically like this lever here, there's always 4 of these in this map. It's just kind of annoying. They're always in the same place.
I can create better!
Nell collects a lot of things that she never actually uses. Most recently, food.
Another corpse to serve me.
Where's the last one? I thought it would have been right in here somewhere, but I didn't see one. Maybe there's actually only 3, maybe it's not 4. Hadn't spent a lot of time counting them previously.
I will feast on your soul.
Double belt. Because why not? Well, those last 2 rares were very anticlimactic.
No.
What is it?
No extra slots, so that belt's crap. That bow is
Yes.
also crap.
On with the work.
Yes.
Matisse, another good example of why the game has, like, or showing that the game has changed pace. You only get 2 flask spots, and one of them is healing and one of them is mana. So you never have more than 1 health potion at any time. And they moved all of the benefits that used to be on potions, like curing bleeding and stuff like that. They moved them to these charm slots. No speed flask. They moved them to these charm slots that are based on your belt. Better belts have more charm slots, up to 3. And then these charms will do things like, if you become stunned, you immediately become immune to stun. If I become ignited, it gives me immunity to it. Or if I become poisoned, it makes me immune to poison. So you can do things like that. Bleed also is nowhere near as powerful from the enemy as it was in the previous game, so you don't get like 50 counters of bleed stacked up on you and your life melts before your eyes. That just doesn't exist. And so far in all of my playing, I have seen absolutely 0 reflect maps. So there is no physical reflect and no elemental reflect. Because that stuff was always stupid anyways. Orb of chance. Got nothing. Alright, so quick explanation of the... yeah, they removed a lot of annoyances. It's been really nice. So when it comes to the maps, these little things above the nodes are actually what used to be what you would call the random encounters. Like this little pink hand here. This will be guaranteed to have a breach in this map. There'll be at least 1 breach. And these 2 icons here, this one's irradiated and this one is corrupted. The irradiated one will give +1 level to all enemies in there, and the corrupted gives +1 level to all enemies in there. So having these 2 together, when we were talking earlier about the T16 maps, If I corrupted a 15 and made it a 16, and then I used it here, this would be like doing a tier 18 map, because you got +1 level of creatures, +1 level of creatures. And this icon is the expeditions, the ones we used to, where you would set the explosives and then trigger the detonator, and it would blow up a bunch of little signs and spawn a bunch of creatures and unearth a bunch of chests and stuff. That's that event. This one here is Delirium, and this one here is the ritual one, which was the one where you would lure enemies back to the circle and kill them in it, and then you click the altar in the middle and it brings them all back to life, and you kill them for points, and then you can spend those points at the altars that you've already cleared. That's the ritual ones, and I think that's pretty much it. I think that's all of the events that they have right now. This icon here is just means that you'll fight a boss. So that's the other thing to know about this one, Matisse, compared to the previous game. All of the maps, the end goal for every single map here is to clear all of the rares on the map. That's how you finish the map now. So unless you see this icon, which denotes a boss, all of the rest of the maps that you do, you just have to go around and find 4 or 5 rares and kill them, and then the map is completed. Every single map does not have a boss like they did in the previous game, where they had like insane, health or really annoying mechanics, or certain ones would kill you based on what build that you were playing because they just did something that destroyed your build. That doesn't exist anymore. So if you don't see this icon, it's just yellow named is all you have to kill to clear the map. And I don't know which one it is yet, but it's either time in the map or percentage of enemies in the map killed. But once you hit whatever that threshold is, it will mark all of the rares on the map for you, so that you're not just wandering around aimlessly hoping you find them. Eventually, after so many kills or so much time, I'm not sure which, it marks all the targets on the screen so you know to go kill them. If you see this boss one here, that means that this is a boss in addition to the rares. So you will have to kill all of the rares on the map plus this boss in order to finish the map. Yeah, it's been really nice clearing the maps and stuff, not having to worry about insane bosses that just one-shot you with really annoying mechanics and stuff like that. So I've really enjoyed this system. And then if you want to do things with maps to add more of those like random style events to them, you have all these they're called precursors, and they're these little tablets here. And like what this one does is it makes 5 maps in range, it'll radiate them. That one's radiated, that one's also radiated, but it's 8 maps in range are radiated, and every map in range gets 13% increased rarity of items found and a 20% chance to contain a strongbox. Obviously radiated seem to be the most common ones, but this one adds 5 ritual altars to maps in range. This one does 5 expedition encounters. This one does 7 irradiated maps. Here's another one with 7 ritual altars, and you can put 2 upgrades on these. You can use 1 orb of transmutation to make it a magic item, and then you can add another thing onto it to give it 2 suffixes or 2 prefixes, essentially to give it more of a boost, like this one here that already has some on there. But the way that these work is when you are on that map screen, you take those precursors and you click on a tower that you have cleared. So this one is green, it means I've cleared it. If I click on that, it's got a spot for 1 item. You put the precursor in there and hit influence, and then however many maps it says it will affect, like if it says it'll put ritual on 7 maps, it will randomly pick 7 maps within its range and add a ritual to them. And they just stay there, it doesn't go away. And the way that you can really fill up a map is you find a couple of towers that are all close together, and then you could put another precursor in this one, and then once you find out what the actual range of the tower is, like I don't know what the range is on them yet, like how far away they will affect, but if you want to super juice some maps, complete a whole bunch of maps around these to where there's only like 5 or 6 maps that are even in range anymore. And then when you put a precursor in this one, all 5 or all 6 of these maps are going to become, you know, irradiated. Then you put another precursor in this one, and then all 6 of these maps are going to get the ritual because there's no more maps in range for them to go anywhere else. So you can kind of force stuff to stack up on them, and there's definitely places where you can get 3 or even 4 towers within range. I mean, as you can see, these towers are very plentiful. They're all over the map. So plenty of places for towers to be. Like, here's a good spot with 3 towers really close, and you've probably got, what, 3, 6, maybe 7 maps all right here that would be within range of all 3 of these towers. If you completed everything else around them, then you could super juice these maps. And this map world, I find the claim to be a little boisterous, but they claim that this map is infinite in every direction. So if you start completing all the maps in this area, just keep journeying on off into the distance somewhere. Like I said, I think infinite is a little boisterous because at some point you're going to start running out of hard drive space. But they are definitely leading to believe that this map is very large in multiples of magnitude. So so yeah, you've got a lot of space to play with, which is pretty neat. And like I said, there's a couple of things that are a little weird about this map, like this realm gate I was talking about and this reliquary vault. Like, I don't know who knows what these things do at this point. I haven't really seen many people talking about them. I'm sure someone's probably figured it out, but I just haven't seen the answer. And then this weird blood tower here is actually a quest line. You have to find this to start a quest, and this is what gives you access to the pinnacle boss. He's at the top of this tower. When you finally find this place, you go into it, the doors are locked, and then it gives you the quest to go find these 3 different citadels which contain pieces of the key to open the gate to get into this tower. And yeah, so then you have to search your map in order to find those 3 citadels. Now, the biggest problem that I have so far is this map is 100% randomly generated for every player. So not only is every node different, they're in different locations and they have different connections between them. So it's not like if you and I are both playing, if we start and we start at this general area, it's not like our nodes are going to be in the exact same positions and just have different connections. It completely randomizes the placement on everything. It also randomizes the placement on all of the towers, these quest hubs, and all of that stuff is random. This one you can actually see through the, if you look up in this area, you can see like the tops of these towers in the mist here, so you know there's towers here. With that big red tower, you could see it through the mist, so you can find this one easily. Unfortunately, the 3 citadels that I have to find to get the key pieces, I don't even know what those things look like yet. So, and like, I've explored huge portions of this map. Like, I've gone all over the place, and I still haven't found one of these things yet. So that's getting a little annoying because I know there's a lot of people that have already fought the pinnacle boss and killed it, and it's like there's people out there that have already killed it, and I can't even find the places to get the keys to even try to fight it. So I don't like that 100% random concept. I think they need to make these things spawn a little closer to the central point, or make them to where you can see them through the fog of war or something, because them just being in random locations is a little frustrating. I don't know how far away they can be either. They don't really go into detail on that, so that's the other thing that I'm kind of like, well, but yeah, by getting to the towers, it opens up a huge section of the map when you pick up actually do a tower. So this one here, I completed this tower, and it opened up this giant circle that you can see all the way around it. This whole area was opened up by looking at this one tower. I'm assuming that this means that anything within that circle are also maps within range. And if that's the case, there's like 5 towers in range of this one node. So, so yeah, those areas of influence can be pretty huge. Poke Catch Nell. She keeps missing all the Pokemon. She doesn't even get to attempt it. Yeah, that was one of the things that I was really big into when I first saw this. I was like, wow, this is really cool looking, just that it's an actual map instead of, just that weird, whatever you want to call the previous map that they had. But yeah, the places are similar too. Like if you are in these grasslands areas, it's like these are all going to have similar tile sets to them. So the map, when you actually complete a map here, all of these places will look similar in their tile sets. And then if you get over here in the desert, like your tile sets are going to be more desert-like. And so far that has stuck true, which has been really cool. So just another one of those neat things that they have going on for the game. The only bad thing about the game, as far as the maps go, and like I said, I haven't been dying a whole lot. I think when I finished, oh no, you're out of Pokeballs now. Or no, I think Ultra Ball is one word, not two. Ah, I caught a shiny. It was a shiny. You missed it. No shiny for you, Nell. But the one negative is, like, as far as the deaths go, like I said, I haven't died that many times. I think I was somewhere around 25 deaths when I finished the campaign, and I'm at 33 now. So I've died on roughly 8 maps since I started mapping, and most of them were just completely my fault, doing something stupid, not paying attention, watching TV while trying to map, and got splattered by something I shouldn't have, whatever. But so, I mean, only 8 times has this happened. But if you, the blue nodes are ones that you have access to. So green ones you've completed, blue ones are ones that you can select to do a map on, and then white ones are ones that you don't have a connection to yet. But if like this one has this breach on it, if I select this breach and I put a map in here, and so first things first, 1 death in a map, you lose the map. There's no more going in and out 6 times. You don't get your first entry and then 5 deaths to try to complete the map. You get 1 life. If you go in the map and you die, the map closes and you cannot go back in. The other negative to that as well is if there was a special event on that node, if you did not complete it and you died in the map, it will strip that off of that node. You also don't get completion for the node, so you will still have to use another map on that node to complete it to keep moving forward. So that is one negative about it, and a lot of people are really annoyed about having only 1 death on maps, which I kind of agree with. I think it's really frustrating that one random thing happens. Like, you literally could zone in and get overrun and die within a few seconds, and then so you just might as well have destroyed that map. It was worthless. Yeah, you can do a map with 6 players. You also, the other beneficial thing to having 6 portals is you can pick up more loot and come back out of the map and sell it all and go back in without worrying about, like, oh, well, I went out and used a portal because I had to sell shit, and that's 1 less death I can get now. Well, now you can use all 6 of your portals however you want, because 1 death and it's done. There's also, in the campaign, if you play the campaign with other people, you can resurrect them. But if you're doing maps, you cannot res players in your map. You cannot get them up when they die. And once if they release, then they get put back into the map room, and all the portals are still there, but it won't let you enter the portals anymore. The people who are still in the map can complete them, but I personally find that a little annoying, because I've done this with Warfarin a few times. We've played a couple of maps, and we'll go into the map, and 30 or 40 seconds into the map, he died. And it's like, well, I mean, I could leave the map and then we could just go start a new one, but then we're just wasting a map. So, you know, and it's like most of the time they were his maps. So he's just like, go ahead and complete it and pick up whatever you can. And then if any maps drop, you know, I would just give them to him so he would at least, you know, hopefully get his map back. But, you know, it's like I feel kind of bad, you know, wasting 15 minutes running through a map while he's just kind of sitting there staring at a screen. So that's kind of a bad feeling playing with other people. But outside of that, yeah, it seems more reasonable to play the game with more people now than what it used to. The only negative about playing with more people is you definitely run into the issue of not being able to see the ground, and where they have a lot of mechanics that are really devastating, but they're slow build-up. You know, it gives you plenty of time to see them and get out of them. When the map is covered in, like, he's playing a, I forget what the class, what everybody calls the class, but it's a witch hunter is what he's playing, and he throws gas clouds all over the place and then ignites them into fire, and I throw firewalls all over the place. So between the two of us, you can't see the fucking floor. It's just like not there. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's even worse with him. So, I mean, like, that makes it really rough, and usually that's what ends up killing him, because he's not used to dealing with all of the clutter that's all over the place. Where I have pets and firewalls everywhere, I'm a little more adapted to dealing with a lot of clutter on the ground, and that solves a lot of problems for me. But where he doesn't have it as much with his character, it's a lot more rough for him to deal with all the clutter everywhere, because he's just not used to seeing it. So after we play a couple of maps, then he's fine, and you know, we do it with no issues. But usually the first map or two he'll die just because he's not used to it, and it's just really annoying that it works that way. But I think that's going to be it for me tonight, guys. I've got to get some dinner going. Like I said, Nell and I have got to get to the gym later this evening, so I got to get dinner up and going, and I also need to go check out some clowns going on. So that's there's some people that I know are playing killer clowns from outer space. I kind of want to see what that looks like. But I'm going to see if I can find another small-time streamer and drop in on them and kind of see what's going on. But yeah, that's all I've got tonight, guys. So don't forget, if you're on YouTube, hit that like and subscribe, and come back and see me if you're enjoying the content. And then if you are watching on Twitch and you've enjoyed the content and you're new here, be sure and hit that follow button and come back and see me when I'm live again in the future. Also, don't forget, if you're playing Path of Exile, considering playing Path of Exile, or just want to know more about Path of Exile, I've uploaded a few videos to my YouTube page, and I have a few more that I'm hoping to get uploaded within the next couple of days. I'll probably try to have some up tomorrow. I don't want to launch them all at once, so once they're finished, I'll probably drop them, you know, a day or two in between, something like that. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, I'll have some more videos up for that, including my review as well. So yeah, we'll see how things go, but I'm gonna raid us into another channel. So I appreciate everybody being out here today, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Oh, it's just, oh god, it's just the sword.
Oh! Raging Rashaka, thank you so much for the raid. Wowee!
It means you gotta keep playing then. That's what it means, right?
Succumb to the Empire.
Oh, you were also playing Path of Exile too. Nice. I'm new to the game, so right now Try is carrying me.
I'm not even carrying.
Not many
Just
people
surviving.
tonight, but we've been doing Path of Exile too. Heck yeah, heck yeah. How far have you gotten? Yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Everyone go check out Raging Rashaka. Do it, do it, do it. Another Path of Exile player, let's go, one of us.
Yeah.
T15 maps in endgame currently. Wow, I'm so far from you. I literally started today about 3 hours ago. But it's pretty cool. I see myself playing this game long term.
Heck yeah, love to hear it. Oops. Uh-oh.
Did I play the first one? I did not. This is completely new to me.
What, you mean the game isn't just named Path to Exile 2? Oh god.
Don't die,
Okay.
don't die, please.
Probably not 2. I have no potion. I gotta
Well,
run.
thank you. Thank you for receiving me kindly. I appreciate it.
Gotta run.
Try here, the one that's doing the carrying and not dying, was the one that got me curious about the game. Well, him and Elder.
Yeah.
No, try trying to recruit someone.
Can recruit everybody. One of us. One
Yeah.
of us.
Waiting for Path of Exile 2 sponsorship for Try. Let's go.
I'm ready. You know what? Don't have to pay me. Just free skins, man. That's good. No.
Once you get used to it, the game is a lot of fun. Takes a little time to get used. Yeah, I think that's my biggest thing is the controls are just a lot different than what I'm used to. But I think I've held my own. I've had a few decent moments.
Dude, you had a lot of good moments. Being your first time playing, so I'm good.
What control scheme are you using? I'm doing WASD because that's what I'm most familiar